Now we're talking.
German efficiency.
I am only partially German, okay? So I don't need full German efficiency.
You're operating at 20% German efficiency today.
Yes, exactly. That's it. Make a bleep button you can press while you swear. That's
I would just have to hold it
a
down.
very good idea.
Yeah. I'm just going to paste the links in for what we're reviewing as we go, so people can also see. So this is the first one we're going to try and review, which is Nighthawk's AK.
Yeah,
He nicely sent us the files for this, so we can actually go pretty in depth on this one.
yeah, I think actually I can.
Oh, he's in the chat.
Yeah.
He's like sitting there preparing to get wrecked.
Yes, I'm just sharing it here also, so people can see. Give this buddy a like. So yeah, we're reviewing this one.
Yeah, we need to get one of those circle jerks where everybody's just liking everybody's stuff.
Yes. Okay, I just realized I should change.
I guess while you're trying to open the file,
Yes.
there were some like...
Please entertain the people.
There were some immediate thoughts I actually had with this one, like as soon as I saw it. So like, I love the classic AK look, and a big part of that is like the curvature.
Alright!
So I'm not sharing my screen, so I can't just sit and highlight, so I'm going to talk very vaguely about it. But like, I see you've incorporated a lot of your own design elements, especially with the forward grip. And it's a shame to put like, it's a shame to remove that classic kind of like AK forward grip and then not add your own grip. So you've obviously added like a rail. It was a shame not to utilize that or just keep the classic shapes. And also like bringing forward a lot of the curvature elements of the back. I mean, it's always nice to see people that are trying to approach classic designs like this, especially with the AK. But it's always best to identify first what makes these guns so iconic. And then kind of like take those elements and proliferate them throughout the design. So like I find like the front of this, like the gun is now very square, which is a bit of a shame. Like you've lost some like of that nice aesthetic that the AK has. I do like the barrels though. Lots of layering, which I do like. Ola has no opinion, he's just... Like,
No, I just realized that half of the screen is missing. Do you see that? Or is it just on my side?
I think that... No.
Like, I can't see on my control panel the whole right side of ArtStation at the moment? Is it only...
No, this was streaming.
Is it... Fine for you? No, you have the same problem.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Ha! Okay, sorry for that. But why is it doing that? Let me see. Is it one of the bridges or...
Oh, the echoes... Well, the microphone... I'll just raise the microphone up.
Sure.
Oh, I think I know what it is. Every time Ola kind of like shakes his desk.
Oh.
So
yes.
I'm just going to clamp it on my desk because I'm not as animated as Let's just bring this over to a nice desk.
When I minimize everything. Yeah,
Sorry.
Definitely.
Just going to move that back.
Oh, I know what's the problem. I found the fix.
Okay, that should be better.
Finally.
Because I don't slam my desk as frequently as Ola does.
Okay. Now we're good. I found the solution. Now we can go in. Vuza. Let's see. I do agree on Jade though. I listened along what she said about the foregrip.
Yeah, because like we've worked on a few like AK style guns just recently. And I love that classic wooden foregrip. And while I think like is it the AK-7 and AK-9 and the AK-74 that all have like those more modernized front grips, but they still follow the classic shape. I don't know. It's just a shame to lose like those aesthetics.
Yes, someone just writes he can't watch an 480. Is it because we don't allow auto?
Yeah, I think
I don't know how to fix that.
we don't have a great deal of control over it because this is only our second stream, so because we don't have the... What was the thing I had before?
I don't know.
Like, I think you need to stream more before you get those controls. It took me like a month last time.
Could be.
Yeah.
Okay,
So basically,
I'm very sorry.
Follow us, and we should get more options with how we manage our stream.
Yeah. We also upload the streams. If anyone is really not capable of watching it, they can watch it later.
I guess we should start a YouTube channel.
I guess. One thing I have to say about just aesthetically about the forehead grip is...
It's not a forehand grip anymore, like you want to put your hand up.
No, but for me, what drags me off the most is the original one has this nice curvature that you said already, and this one is very blocky and just with the lower receiver, which is from nature also very blocky.
Yeah. I can see what he's trying to do here though, because
yeah, I just feel like
modernizing a gun, people always kind of lean into those like sci-fi kind of blocky shapes, but you also have to consider the curvy aesthetics of the original gun as well.
Because everything looks a bit like planar on one flat area. All right. But let's see. So one thing I already saw is when we go in here and I see this loop you have, it gives some. I mean I know why you added it for, like some of the curvature that you have going on. Like if I would remove it, you would lose some of this. But in most cases, when I delete it and watch it from different angles, the difference it makes is that small that usually, at least for, let's say, a game, you would literally just delete it or try to have a more exaggerated shape and bring it out even more so your silhouette is different enough to justify all of those loops you have in this one.
What's the poly count on this one? Like
the poly
15K?
count.
15K polys?
Actually, because it opened in not the correct Blender version, it's not on. I have to turn it off. On. I guess I should just open it in my Blender and not in the newest Blender. Because in 2.9 they changed where they put the polygons. I think it was here.
Honestly, every time I open mine, I still can't find where they fucking put it. You think it would be like one of the default, like, easy to turn on options in Maya, given fucking how old it is and they don't have the excuse to be an open source, but no.
No. I would just open it in Blender.
Everyone's like, right click on the bottom bar. You're getting schooled on Blender.
Yeah, exactly. Right click on the bottom bar. On this one. Or on this one. Oh, very interesting. I guess this one, right? Ah, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's new to me. Because I'm usually using 2.8 and not 2.9. Because some of
still learning the UI.
Pretty much. No, the tree count is 15K, which is for this gen, and even last gen pretty low. Like you could go more nuts.
Yeah.
On this one, you would just have to see where you add stuff. Like here, for example.
I feel like the stock's a missed opportunity as well.
Oh yeah, the stock is definitely you went too low for it. For example, what you can do in this kind of case is literally. What I want to do is quickly see the high poly, so I can see if he actually made it round or not. Yeah, okay. On the high poly, you made it literally round.
Yeah.
But on your low poly, you can see extreme low edges, which nowadays you literally don't need anymore. You can literally go and hire this boy a lot more. Yeah.
Just like subdivide everything.
Basically.
More loops, all the things.
Because what you always want to try is getting, especially the first person view, which this would be included often in, but also you never want any silhouette looking jaggy by having it too low poly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that juniors often kind of don't understand yet is, like, when you're designing an asset for a game, no matter what you're building, you always have to consider the characters and the camera placement to what you're building.
Yeah.
So, like
pretend it's like this. Then you would see highly... Alright! Even in third person, you would notice this kind of low edges, so even for that, you would have to make it higher.
It's all about real estate budget, putting your polys where you need them most, which is front-facing camera.
Yeah. What I do like, what I already see is you actually, and I have made that mistake myself, and you don't, so that's a good thing.
Although you don't make mistakes, shh, don't tell anyone.
Back then, when I started to understand how you bake, I always had this issue that I thought that the low poly has to be inside the high poly, and not literally on top of it. So what you can see that he actually, because of the Z fighting that you see here happening, you can tell that he literally has it both on top, the most close as possible, which will result in better bakes than if you would, as I did back then, just put it into the high poly instead on the same height, basically. Wait, why is the high poly not hiding now? Fuck. Oops. Nothing is hiding? Did I just kill the scene? What?
Blender's given up on life.
Yeah, I should just give up. I don't know why this is not affecting it. Should be like this. Anyway.
Kazushini says, local view, question mark?
Let's see. Oh, he's right, I clicked it before, and I forgot to unclick it. Here you can see one thing that makes a big difference between us hard surface artists and like character artists, organic artists, etc. is that we should always try to aim for replicating how manufacturers would make a gun. So for example, if you have angles or curves made by a machine or by high precise manufacturing,
this would be perpendicular.
Yeah, this would be a perfect curve. You wouldn't have this I don't know how we would call it, flattened out curve. You would always try to, let's say...
Yeah, they should be perpendicular to each other. So, Ola was talking about this during the week as well, with bevels as well.
Yeah, you can see this. It should literally, if you put a cylinder on top of it, try matching it obviously, you should try to maintain the perfect curvature going out of the center, so in your case it would be probably around here. So you can see that if this is your center, it shouldn't go the way you have it at the moment. And even if I would try to make it in the center of your curvature, you would still see that you have here this flatten out, which is not artificial looking, but just, I don't know how you call it. It's just not how your eye would pick this up and be like, ooh, this looks not correct. Oh, and your trigger is... But I guess we will see this everywhere, so just make a note for it in general and try to don't do the same in the next asset. Don't make your stuff too low poly. Like, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Nowadays you can...
We have the budget.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, for the people who know my Fenris rifle...
just dropping that in there like, oh, my latest gun.
No.
I don't know if you've heard of it or anything.
No, but it has like... Well, actually, let me pull it off just for... so that I can see... can relate to something. Yeah, this image, I guess. So if you look at this image, this gun, which is not too complicated, like and doesn't have lots of small details, but this has still like 40k polygons, which is
our average budget for like a sort of rifle-y gun is between like 30 and 40 polys.
So you could literally go with yours more nuts. Oh, you don't have bullets. You should make bullets. That's a good tip also. If you make the bullets first, you will always get, or pretty accurate at least, get your barrel size and the hole for your barrel without measuring it yourself. Yeah.
Magazine. Yeah, it's just good for consistency. I think that this is something that a lot of artists, when they're first learning guns, both 2D and 3D, forget about where the bullet needs to come from and where the bullet needs to go, and making sure that you have the appropriate scale for that movement and that mechanism.
Yeah, uneven mixed segments. I just was reading, catching up on this stream. What you can do if you have this kind of stuff where it's uneven, in Blender at least. Let's say you select all of them. Oh, yeah, there's coming the problem again. This Blender version doesn't have, or at least last time I tried it, yeah, loop tools for some reason are not, like I can't find them in this menu anymore. Another reason why I don't use 2.9. Let me literally just open my damn normal Blender so I don't have to go through all of this without knowing what is happening. Okay.
Martino 3D says Picatinny rails are also pretty easy to scale fix. I mean, yeah, I think no matter what you're working on, it's good to find a landmark.
Yeah.
Like a bullet is a good one because they're pretty universal. Picatinny rails also universal. Grips as well to an extent. I think like
Yeah, it's also good magazines because magazines you get often very orthographic pictures compared to other stuff where you can then try to measure it from.
Yep.
All right. Welcome, Cyberpink. Yeah. Okay. If you selected those, and I mean we can also select those. What
Hello,
you can
Ben.
do to get a more even spacing, you can go to your preferences and then look up loop tools and activate this plugin because this will allow you to use this, for example, spacing, which where you see is you fixing your unevenness in the curvature, which is very nice to use. Maya and Max have this for ages already, so...
No, when I do this in Maya, it crashes. So Maya does not have this.
No, but I just mean for people that use Maya or Max, they might already know it anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a hot topic statement out there and go, if anybody's just learning 3D, and you want to make guns, I don't recommend Maya. Max, I think Max is better at like poly modeling, definitely, but I'm gonna go with Blender on this.
Yeah, I always go with Blender. Very German Cyberpink.
The Germans.
The Germans. I am very sorry for my very German accent.
We are a very multicultural studio.
Yes, we have Dutch.
Yeah, no,
German.
we have 2 Germans and we have a Dutch.
What you can do here, in this case, I see that you hardened this edge. You can just soften it, and then you get this bad shading, which is alright because we will just... let's see how I do it the best way.
Zero loop shouted Nederland.
We'll
Who's
just
the Dutchie?
put a little
Let's
around it.
Evo.
And then we might even can delete this one again.
He's mostly ignoring us. He's doing
Wait
a
for
real
this one.
Yeah.
Can I get rid of this one somehow? No. Okay. So...
Zero
where
loop said
is-
Gjelov kolonisati.
What?
I don't know.
Gewältige What? Who's the Dutch?
Gjelov You know?
Hold on, let me pull it up.
No, you have to guess it from what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Try me.
Geweldige kolonisati.
Geweldige
Yeah, geweldige kolonisati.
kolonisati? Oh, yes.
I like this. What?
You see it very well.
Is it something to do with colonization?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Great colonization.
Yes.
Colonized.
So yeah, what you can do
So
here
it's
is
strip
instead
walk,
of doing your hard edge, you can just put a loop around it, like I did now. Obviously, you should clear it up again. Because then you will end up with one nice UV map instead of having to deal with this one and then this one, and you are getting rid of this hard edge here. Now, and I know I'm saying that a lot, but I will say it again. For the people who are worried about if you add a bevel here, not a bevel, but like an extra loop to make the shading look good again, they will argue you will get more trees, but I will show you something.
Cyberpink says, in fact, I'm not German, but no worries. No, now that your name has been pronounced in German, you're now German. Honorary German.
Yes, honorary German. So let's pretend you have this cube, and how do I show this the best? Let me. Okay. So now all of them are separated, because that will happen if you put your acid into the engine when you cut it on the hard edges, which we did here. No, let me do a better example. Actually, let's do this.
This is going to end up becoming like a tutorial stream, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Educational.
We weren't going to do that yet.
No, but this is I have to
He's like,
show
he needs
this.
to know. I need
Yes,
to know him.
people have to see this.
All right.
Huh. Kipshidze 1. 9. Very German here. Now, most people are used to do this. Making the hard edges on 90 degrees angles, which is correct. And then all of this is one UV, another UV, another, and another. So you end up with, what is it, 4, 5, 9 UVs just on the front. While you can also do this. Now people would be like, oh, but your shading is not good like this, and I'm like, yes, you're absolutely right. And that's why we are just adding a loop around it. And you can technically put a loop here. I'm not even sure if you would have to. Should bake is still fine, but even if you would want to put a loop there or even here, it would be still better than what this does, because here we will end up with one UV instead of 9 UV shells. This is way more efficient for your UV space usage, and your poly count actually will be the same as this one. Well, no, actually your poly count will be not the same, but your vertex count, which is one of the things that get your performance down in engine. It's like your triangles and your vertices. So for the people that are not believing me, I will just cut all of this like I would do in the engine. So now you can see that we have 48 vertices on the bottom right and 28 trees. So if we try to remember this number, and now I put this one, you can see the vertex count is 20 and the tree count is 36. So the tree count was higher, which is correct because I put a loop around it and angled those a little bit in so that we are not having a 90 degrees angle anymore. But your vertex count is literally less than the half. So now we have cleared that problem.
Nighthawk is literally getting like a in-depth workshop.
Yes, basically.
Rebuild your gun. Here's how.
That's why I got rid of your sharp edge here and just made one nice UVC.
Yeah. And again, like you have the poly budget for this, so
Yes.
there's no reason not to.
Oh, oops. I think I opened this. Yeah. Just sucking it up. Like SpongeBob. Oh wait, you call him different. SpongeBob SquarePants?
SpongeBob SquarePants, that's his name. What's he called in German? SpongeBob Rectangle Pants.
Quadrat Hose. No, he's not. It's actually SquarePants, I think. Or is it? Madame would know, but Madame is not talking with me, I guess. Yeah, what else? I guess we should just go for texturing now, because otherwise we will never get this to an end. But yeah, no, overall, I would just recommend you model-wise, look at your shapes. Like, that's the interesting part. You didn't put here enough, but then here, where it almost doesn't affect the silhouette at all, you put like more polygons than it would take to put one here. So just try to understand and put your polygons better
Yeah.
balance.
Think about why you're building it. Like,
Yeah.
We always try to make sure that first person, ADS, third person, we're always accounting for what we're building our assets for when we determine where we're going to put our poly budget.
Okay, substance. Le show me. Ah, that was loud. Okay, here we go. On the first glance, I can give you already one thing. It's nice that you have different material variations for those three. Then on the other side, you made the mistake of giving those three the same material, or at least it appears to be the same material.
Yeah, it's like a polymer.
Yeah, but it's like for all three you use the same.
Yeah.
Which even, yeah, it's less interesting. Nice wallpaper, send it. No!
No, that one is only honest.
Only mine.
Yes.
You have an issue, oh, because you did the same material. Okay. This one you should make always a contrasty material to everything else, because it's the best opportunity on AKs to give your gun a nice highlight instead of just having it blending into the whole.
Yeah. I think something that struck me almost immediately is that these look like it's been textured in a very 2D way. Like those scratches, like especially like the big one.
Yeah, they go over everything.
Yeah, like they're not taking into account that, you know, when you think about how scratches occur, it's because it's scraping against something, right?
Yeah.
And they don't take into account the 3D shapes of the object. So it wouldn't make any sense that those scratches are hitting into grooves and things like that. So you really have to take into account the full shape of what you're texturing when you add things like scratches.
Yes. It's also, you never do this. You never want to scratch, go over multiple surfaces, because...
Yeah, it just wouldn't happen. Like if you scraped a knife across that, it would get stuck in the groove.
I would literally, I don't know, need to... Yeah, literally do it on purpose, like... very dangerous. I have a scissor.
Yeah. Do you want a knife?
What I mean. No, I don't want a knife. I don't trust
Do you
you.
want a scissor?
No.
Here you go.
Alright. No. Throw it.
No.
Here you can see a baking error. Your high poly and low poly is not matching. The black means there was no information that it could bake from.
Martino says they want that grunge background from the
Yeah, I
stream
saw
starting
that.
screen.
I,
It's funny how many people like Ola said before the stream started that people are gonna pick up on that and be like, oh, because that's like the textures we use to make Ola. It's funny because Evo put that together and he's not an artist.
No, but you asked me for some grunges.
Or was it you that provided to him?
Yes.
Oh.
So basically you gave him the
good,
ones.
Good creative choices.
What I like is in your textures, what you tried. You try to use more than one color. Like I can like that's the very interesting part is on your polymer you literally have it super flat your texture and it's literally just looking like a bluish gray. And
Some
that's
dirt
it.
in there.
Yeah, some dirt. But what I mean is on his metal, he literally went in and he got some green, yellowish in the metal, the blue. Like he actually put some nice, interesting color variation in his metal, while it's absolutely missing in the polymer.
I wonder if because like obviously I think like actually he's done a good job with his like material choices, but because all the parts that look really like good are all the parts that are traditional AK, so he would have had a lot of reference there.
Yeah, of course.
But then all the parts where he's chosen his own materials, it kind of looks like to me that he's probably not had enough reference on hand and paid enough attention to it.
Yeah, I mean that could very well be the case. Also, it's just again part of your hollow poly it is. When you imagine it from like a first-person view, you can see how edgy it is. You should definitely just spend a lot more polygons in your first-person area. Yeah, and then I would, let's see, the different texture sets. Yeah, okay, this is for this for this, this for this. So what you should do is just to break it up, as always, get a little bit of a difference in your values. Even if you have the same material, try to get a different color value. Make it either brighter or darker, or feed in some color even, just to get a different appeal from material to material. And you can even do it in the roughness if you want to. Let's see. Well, this makes it more rough now. We can also, let me see. Oh, what? Oh, it's too strong. Well, let's do multiply.
I feel like the magazine was a bit of a missed opportunity. Like, we talk about quite often when we're designing things, like having areas of rest. So you've got all this noise in other areas, and then you have like areas of rest where there's not as much density in terms of detail. But even then, like the magazine for what it is and the amount of space that it occupies, especially compared to the rest of the gun. I guess the same with the stock as well. I feel like there should be more opportunities there for like nice little design choices, even just in the textures.
Yeah. Well,
big war dog sticker right there.
But yeah, I would literally try and add more variation in your colors to your whole palette. Not like completely rainbow colors different, but just to get a slightly different appeal to.
Yeah, just so it subtly breaks it up, and even when people look at it and they don't see what you've done, because at the end of the day we make art generally not for other artists, but for consumers. So if something looks good and it's broken up in a way that they understand, then it's down to these subtle decisions that we make. Oh, Tyler followed us. Happy birthday, Tyler. It's Tyler's birthday today and he didn't tell us. I know. Kim, add it to the calendar.
Alright! You see, just giving it some more variation breaks already up how flat it was before. You definitely should.
A lot more opportunities for wear on the magazine as well, because you look at how much wear you have on like the receiver, and there's just hardly any on this magazine. And like, you know, I'm not going to assume that everybody owns a gun, but anyone who has owned a gun knows that magazines are one of the things that usually get the most fucked up. Like, you'll care for your gun, but you'll drop your magazines. So it's always worth giving them that little bit of extra love when it comes to dirtying them up and like old rifle, new magazine. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the thing, I mean,
you should add
still an AK variation.
Like, this kind of stuff, you literally don't have to make it. You can literally just make Geo out of this kind of stuff. Especially for the first person. Because you can tell that it's 2D if you are, like, the difference will be there. Yes, old rifle, new mag. This is possible. It's just, when you're doing art, you want to... That's the difference to me and some other people that are doing weapons. Just copying reality is boring to me, so...
You have to go larger than life.
Yes.
Kind of like Ola himself. But there's another thing as well, like for this gun especially, for first-person view, this is a very boring gun. All of the interesting detail is on the right-hand side, and most first-person games show the left-hand side. So, you know, you've obviously put some time into designing this gun yourself, so again, think about what we make guns for. And this is just a big blank canvas, like there is nothing there. Kazushini says, flip the gun. It's like, well, it's not as simple as that. Like,
if you would flip the gun, you would literally, let's pretend it's flipped and just...
Ejection port into your face.
Yes, you would literally, and that's why not all guns work in left-handed. It's because the hot bullets would just eject into your field of view, basically.
Yeah.
Except you would obviously shoot all the time like this.
I've been hit in the face with a 9mm shell casing as well. I don't recommend it.
Was hot.
No, it wasn't that hot.
Oh.
I was wearing goggles and balls, so it's fine, but still, yeah.
Yeah, so conclusion is try breaking up the materials a bit more.
No, I mean upside down. Well, yes, of course. I mean, it's an AK, so yeah, it could be fired upside down.
Let's do it. Yeah, no, but conclusion is definitely work on trying to make your parts different when they have the same material. Try different hue values in the color. Give it some different roughness value, just subtle. Also, this kind of stuff you should model and not make, because it's very visible. And don't let it those areas be so blank.
Yeah,
Like,
if you're
have
doing
this
your own
interesting-
design, add a lot more flavor to it. Like, really make it your own.
Yeah. Oh, also, if you have this kind of stuff, this is the symmetry as this. It's the same rule as for those two. Just make this a different. Try to make it a different value. Just breaks it up nicely. Same for the back. Yes. You have any questions? Nighthawk.
Yeah, we've sat and, like, torn apart his gun for the past half hour.
Yes.
I think, obviously because this is our first stream doing this sort of thing, it might be worth considering maybe allowing the people whose assets we're reviewing hop into like a group chat or something so that...
Yeah, I actually thought about it, but I forgot to bring it up again.
Yeah, we would need to really work on it. Nighthawk says, I think if there was a possible question I could have asked, it's just been answered. That was an absolute wealth of information. Thank you very much. Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome. Renardo. Okay, you said it's we pick what we critique.
Yeah, so...
I will critique this one.
Which one?
No, I'm just joking. Oh, am I?
Da-da-da.
Let's see what he has though before I can tell what I will look at. Okay, we have a nice M4.
I was looking at some of his work though. This was posted 5 years ago, and there's an obvious like improvement in his work between the older stuff and the newer stuff. So it might be worth reviewing one of his newer works.
Oh yeah, I will. I will just go through this.
It's like easy pickings. Let's find his old stuff and shit all over it.
I have to give you that this is. I like this. I'm not sure if I like what it says or the way it is presented, but I like the idea of it, definitely.
Yeah.
I like that you put like a text here. It's
Yeah,
very
I like those personal touches. This is the kind of thing we were talking about with the previous gun. That there's no... I mean, you don't have to go all out and put like paint and all this like stuff all over it. There's obviously stuff that's become like meme, like fingerprints all over everything. But think about what you would do to make it your own and the unique ideas that you could have with that. Like when Aldo went back to his samurai recently and added the engraving on it. It's like just that little bit of customization that makes it his own.
I like this one.
Hmm.
Let's talk about this one.
I don't think he modelled this one though.
Oh, let's see. Textures and normals by me. Well, it's alright. Then I will feedback on the textures here and then I go to the next one.
Yeah.
Well, for the model, can't say much anyway, we'll see. But
The wood grain is really nice. I think the...
there was one issue with the wood grain, but I'm not sure if it was because of him, because he says textures and normal edits, so I'm not sure if he did UVs.
Is it
You
the
have-
banding?
Yeah, here you have some... UVs are a bit janky here, but that's like just a minor thing.
Yeah.
I like your roughness variation on the very shiny wood, which is pretty accurate because this wood is actually very glossy on the...
Yeah, the wear is nice. It would have a little bit more variation on the grip, maybe.
Oh yeah, it looks a bit flat here, but I would, maybe some, like the sweaty, dirty
Yeah.
stuff. The grease in between the pattern would help to let it pop a bit more.
Yeah. If you scroll up a little bit.
Right, Martino, I'm honestly surprised how nice and constructive you guys go about it. Last time I saw roasts, people were absolutely ruthless to each other. I don't know who you watched who does that, but...
Well, I'm a firm believer in there's no point in giving feedback if it's not constructive. And I think in the studio we do tend to shit all over each other, like a fair bit. But it's always with the intent of helping people get better, right? So, like, there's no reason to be negative about it, because we're only ever trying to improve ourselves, and obviously you guys want to improve, and we want to be helpful. So...
What you want to see?
Yeah. So this, the bit with the engraving.
Let's see, this one.
Yeah, like, I love engraving on guns like this, but I feel like the material choice is a massive distraction from the engraving. Like, you've got this nice patternation in the material, and it's really fighting against the engraving. This was a sort of one or the other opportunity, but then you could have put this in the wood, like the engraving, like, just to the right would have been really nice as well.
Yeah. But I totally agree that the pattern itself distracts very much from the engraving.
Yeah, it just becomes too noisy.
And I feel like the engraving, I would rather keep the pattern instead of the engraving, just because the engraving is a very cool twist to the wood. patterns?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can sort of see the design of this engraving vaguely.
I think it's clouds, no?
Yeah, it's clouds. Like, and it says
Yeah, you can see it.
Akatsuki, so I suppose it's supposed to be like Japanese inspired. Like the quality of that design is not good enough to be prominent as an engraving. It's always good to look at like actual reference. Like we have some magazines my mum gave me of like auction houses that sell these like old guns with beautiful engravings on, and there's so much good stuff. Like just great reference. And designing something that really kind of fits the shape is more realistic and I guess like more indicative of a highly like well-crafted, bespoke kind of craftsmanship that that you're trying to convey in a design like this.
Here you actually...
Akatsuki Red Moon Village group from Naruto.
Yes. No, but here you can
some
see...
weak
Here,
yeah, it's nice there.
here it's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, there it's nice because it actually fits the shape.
Yes.
But
And I like also the milling. The edit here is like not way too strong, but it's giving this nice contrast to the flat surface on the sides.
yeah,
I like. What I miss on this gun is a little bit... I know you're trying to make it very clean, but if you make it very clean, I would have tried to make it to get some oily grease in the corners with some dust accumulation.
I was waiting for you to say that. I was going to be like, he's going to say oil and dust.
Yes. Because even if you're the most clean person, except it's a absolutely new manufactured gun maybe, but you usually often get some grease, oily, dusty stuff in your corners, which gives also in texturing a very nice contrast. Well, yeah, you said this is not from you, so no point in going over it. Let's see.
That's a nice one though. I like this one.
Yeah, me too.
Knife.
Yeah, he made all of these. What would milling look like in Painter? It's just an alphabet.
I did some milling recently. I never showed you it, Ola. You would have been sad.
Oh.
I opened up one of our muzzles and did some milling on it just to test some new features, like because I got the new substance. I'm just trying some stuff out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I made an alpha map in Photoshop. I was trying to use the there's one of the not the generators but the modifiers that would like create those nice stretched lines, but I couldn't get it to work right. Kept crashing.
Rip.
You got a license for mate.
What?
Yeah, we got licenses.
For what?
For stabbing license. It's a knife.
Oh.
Got a knife licenses.
I wonder where...
You don't know the British mean? He's not aware yet of... Well, no, you've been talking about this, how, like, pacified our police are.
Yes, your police is like... Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Your police is
They're
like...
going to break down the door now and they're going to see that butter knife sitting on your desk and be like, oh, you got the license for that, mate. There's a milling brush on ArtStation.
No, don't go for this one. I tried it. It's good for character work, I would say, but weapons, I tried it. It just doesn't get where I wanted it, at least. But it helps if you are, like, not I'm just getting you
not good.
something I want to show, just if you wonder why I'm not showing it, how I search for it. Because, you know, NDA stuff, so I can't show my screen all the time. So I'm just figuring out where my samurai is. But I found it. It will appear there in just a second.
Ask that Seats guy who's really good at milling.
What? Ask that Six guy.
It's him.
Oh. Hi, Six. Yeah, opening the samurai.
I hear he's modest as well.
What?
I hear he's modest as well.
Modest? What?
Yeah.
I'm confused. What's she talking about? I'm confused. Oh, it's done. It's done. Okay. Here we go. Here you see a very interesting color map. That's for sure. Where did I hit milling? I think in this area. Yes, it was in this area.
Oh yeah, this bit that I was like... when you were last lighting this and I was like, can't get this to look good.
Yes.
You were like, it's because of the milling and the grease stain. And I'm like, add more lights.
Okay. So, let me put that
I've heard he's making some texture works on a PP2000. No, you like.
Hmm?
No, Olive, you're not working on a PP2000.
I'm not sure if he means me. I think he means the 6.
No.
Not me.
It's like the most ugly gun. I wouldn't let Olive build one.
Like, I've seen so many PP2000s recently, I'm just hunted.
Yeah.
I'm haunted.
I also
Just
personally do not like them.
haunted. Okay, it's in here. Well, let's pretend all of this is not existing. I just wanted to show the milling. So what I would do, what I am doing usually when I want to do milling. Let's take this. Yes. And then I'm just adding anti-stropic noise.
I'll review it for you.
What?
It's hideous.
Review my PP2000 then.
No, he just says review my PP.
Oh. Ha! Oh,
Ah,
yeah.
hideous.
Yes, very funny. Yeah, then I just go and do these.
Yeah, that's the one I meant. The I can't say that word, but yes.
Anisotropic noise.
Yeah, yes. I was trying to do this, but are you on the latest version?
Yes.
It kept crashing for me. I think I'm having a few bugs in the latest.
Oh, why is it? I'm confused.
Oh, your Epic Pen wants to update. Don't click ignore.
Okay. Oh, it's because of this one. Let me get rid of this one. And then give it some more height in whatever direction you prefer it. Oh, I have to mask this on. Let's go to this area. Not too strong. And then what I just do is giving it some warp, and that's basically it. Obviously not too strong. Just a bit. And then what you can do is, I don't know, clouds. Maybe. Whatever you prefer. Just to break it up a bit. No, clouds are too... what this was. Too strong. Then maybe those clouds spots. And this just gives you a nice breakup on your milling, which you can also turn down again a little bit more. Let me put a...
Still looks like too much.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, it's fine. I'm actually watching the stream, so I'm actually like a couple of seconds out of date.
Okay.
So shouldn't comment online.
I like this. And maybe more. Not sure. Oops. But yeah, that way, and then you have to layer on top other stuff again and whatsoever. And then, if you've figured it out at some point what you want it to look like, you might have something similar to this. So yeah, that's just some basic milling to show you. Milling can be a bit nice because the problem of milling is if you have just the very basic milling, it looks very odd and generic. It will only get better by layering other stuff on top to break it up a bit more.
The thing is about milling as well, you also have to consider the material that you're working with.
Yeah. What you want? Can you do a quick example how to do painted metal?
No, this isn't a tutorial stream. It's free.
Jade says it, but we might do this as a format for it.
Yeah, we're just asset reviewing. We should probably move on to the next one actually.
You want to see the layers?
Oh, because the camera's there.
Oh, I'm confused. What you mean? Oh!
The camera's over.
Ah! Oops, this is the wrong one. Sorry, very much sorry.
We should
Yes,
move
I can
on
put it on
to the next one.
Yeah, wait, let me actually want to look at the knife first, just to quickly. I like this. Maybe too strong in the color, but I like the contrast on it. Yeah, you can see you have a nice color variation and roughness variation on this. I like. Your rendering is also pretty nice.
Oh, he included the wireframe. I have to admit, like, I'm a sucker for people that actually include their wireframe on ArtStation, so
Oh.
a few people do,
I actually
including
never,
us.
I really never cared about.
I don't know, I do.
What I would recommend here, what I can see is, this seems to be a separated UV island. Just angle it a little bit, what I showed on the cube, and make this one big UV island instead of this UV island, this, and this, and this.
What are those noises?
Depends which ones it is, because it's from picking it up from the office itself. We still have to figure
there's
out
like a...
to make it more perfect. But
I hear car sirens.
yeah, sometimes it picks up sounds from the cars outside. Yeah.
I do hear a whooshing sound.
We don't have a
Oh, I
fan.
know what it is. It's Evo's laptop.
Oh.
Really?
That's trying to identify what the sound is in the room, and it's your laptop going nuts.
It's picking up my laptop.
Are you playing League of Legends?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
It's,
The sound you hear is League of Legends melting a laptop.
is it very annoying, because otherwise I can just put the denoising stronger.
Yep.
What is the sound that's picking up? My keyboard or my...
No,
Fan.
it's the fan, but it's fine. I will just the filter for denoising. I can make it just stronger. Yeah, let's try this one. People will have to tell us if it's better or not. Okay. You know, I like Renardo. You have
It's a very
some
sensitive mic there.
Yeah.
yeah, it's extremely sensitive. Like, it's actually not that easy to set up. So it's a good one.
Yeah, I'm glad we got this one.
Yeah, it's a big improvement from this textures to your latest shotgun textures. Like the wood grain here. I'm not a too big fan because it's way too contrasty. It looks almost a bit cartoony.
It looks a bit plasticky.
Yeah, or plasticky, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The one, a lot better.
There's
Cool.
not a lot of subtlety to it. But
Very nice. Let's see.
So the next one-
Bobito.
is actually a prop. So I will post the link.
I have seen this before.
Yeah, I've seen this one posted too. I love when people take the time to build like this old military equipment to like the same quality that we build hero props.
Yes.
It's great because like
We've got files for this.
it's the sort of thing that like in games is never given like enough love. It's always got like a poly budget of like 1,000 to make this prop. Here's a master material.
Let me figure out, because I think we got files for this. Or did we?
Kim, did we get files from Bobito?
I sent them.
Yeah, but was it from Bobito? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that is this one. Let me open the substance in.
I wrote the name next to the file.
Okay. I'm just opening it. Let's see. Ecoplex.
I just noticed we have a message on ArtStation.
Yes.
I'm gonna check it.
While it's loading up, let me... Oh, he doesn't have an animation. I know the animation is not the main thing, but what I would recommend for your animation, if you want to do one again, it feels a bit too fast. To me, at least.
Oh, it's animated.
Yes.
I actually didn't like see this before. I like when people take the time to do this, especially with props. I want to see it with more guns.
Nah.
Olan, you never take the time to like animate your stuff for like our public work, but he does it a lot internally when we're like trying to figure out like a gun concept and we're like talking about how things can move and animate, because it's always one of like the biggest considerations for designing guns. And Ola will just do it. He'll just animate it like it isn't no problem, but he never does it for his portfolio work. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm confused. Why is it turned upside down?
Exploded.
No, but it's also upside down.
Did he?
Seriously?
Um,
Or did it open just on the wrong for me? Well, maybe it just opened wrong for me. But any case, okay. Let's see. Is all of this? Yeah, it's all one.
just gonna open this one up in our station so we can edit it easy as well.
Let's see. Yeah, those screws you have there on the on the front, those ones, I would have baked them. They would look nicer on the edges. Now you get like weird anti-aliasing issues, and from the low resolution of the bake, it looks a bit weird. While when you just bake them, you would have way nicer reflections of the edges, and you can almost not see that they are geometry.
I think there's some UV issues on the corners.
It's
well.
it's because it's not matching the perfect round high poly, obviously.
Yeah.
So you get this kind of stuff. So yeah, if you have stuff like this that's that small and you will never see it from like the side, you should definitely bake it instead. This material here, even though I'm pretty sure on the reference it's probably the same material as this one. Oh, let me make the thing bigger here. So this material and this material, I would definitely give this material same as the first gun review, the AK. I would give it a bit different.
Slightly different tonal variation, or even like a different material.
Because if I literally look flat from here on this, it just blends perfectly into your surface. Comes steering.
I assume it was built from reference, right? So the real one might be like that, but
oh yeah, that's what I said.
for the
maybe
case
it
of
was, but he should just differ it from the rear one because yeah.
it's not like you're going for museum historical accuracy here. So yeah, for the sake of it being an art project, I agree with Ola. It might be worth changing those.
Also, what I wasn't sure about, like everything on it is very used, which I like.
Except the wood. The wood is really clean. Like
The wood?
I was looking around the back of it.
Oh,
And it's got like areas of exposed wood, right where it's.
Oh, you mean the wood is?
Yeah, but it's actually like the wood doesn't have the aging. You can't see it as closely there. I'm looking at the renders on ArtStation.
Ah.
And everything looks like really worn, especially like I'll send you the image.
I like this. Very nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm confused about this though. Why is it having this shape? Teams. I don't know what Teams is.
I was matching the. Yeah, that's the thing when working from reference. So you also have to have some degree of like creative autonomy in your work as well, like picking and choosing what you take from your reference.
Very cool. This contrasty color here. But
I love that you chose to build this. I really love stuff like this.
Yeah, it also like it has a very cool diffuse variation, I have to say. I saw that this is actually in the same set of textures. What I would have done probably for a better result is I would just have made a new texture, maybe like a 512 or 1K just for the paper. But it still, I mean, holds up because you probably put it very high here. Yeah, it's quite high. So if you would have put those on like a 512 or 1K texture, you could have had way more space for your main textures. I would have done it at least, but I see why you just put it here. Oh, why do we have so much empty space here? No. Let's see. Let's see if I see them, the ones I'm looking for. You should make this kind of stuff straight, so you get less anti-aliasing issues.
I wonder what you did the UVs in.
Same here, just make it straight, nice and straight.
Yeah.
Same here, make it nice and straight.
This is one of the things that like I struggle with a lot is getting nice straight UVs because Maya user.
Yeah,
Maya. I think one of the things that you first showed me in Blender was like, oh yeah, he says UVs were made in Maya. Okay, like from one Maya user to another, do yourself a favor.
No, I know that Maya can be annoying, but Miguel is doing all.
Yeah, but Miguel's a beast. Like,
yeah, I'm just saying, I have also had to make my UVs in Maya for my Call of Duty guns. And it's possible.
It's possible, but it's a lot more of a headache.
There's actually the same tool that I use in Blender for Maya. he made.
I was going to recommend Rhythm.
I know. I just hate switching software. That's why.
I know. Like since I started using Rhythm, I'm not like depressed about my UVs anymore.
Yeah, but no, this is a very nice asset. The only thing that brings me down a bit is this material here, because it's compared to everything else, which is very nice, contrasty, nice diffuse variation, and your roughness variation is nice. This seems a bit too flat in comparison to the other stuff, especially because you have such contrasty colors on it, that you have the background of it then so flat, makes it even getting more obvious that this looks a bit more flat and boring than your other surfaces.
Kaden Bruh moment says Blender plus UV Master equals godlike. Also feel like Rhythm is overkill. I don't know if that makes sense. Well, it's all about finding the tools that you're comfortable with, right? I mean, I personally think that people should give multiple workflows a try and find the one that's most comfortable for them. Wilton says, what do you use in Blender for UVs?
I'm literally just opening it so you can see it. So you can see the tools I have is UV Pack Master, Magic UV, Text Tools, and Shot Packer. For my taste, Shot Packer has the best packing algorithm. Text Tools is just great for rectifying, and basically this is Maya UVs in Blender, but way easier. The same tool exists for Maya and Max, so I recommend everyone always Text Tools. Because what you can do with Rectify is, let's say we have a cylinder and we have in this cylinder, this this yes, let's see, it should do it, yes. So it makes out of this circle just your flat, nice texture, just by one click, which is nice. Yes, great tool, very nice. Yeah, no, I mean, what else could I give you as feedback? Maybe in your wood, try to, what I like is giving on the edges where the wear is, it makes it more darker, like a gradient from bright to dark, because the dust, dirt, grease accumulation, even on paint wear corners is a thing, so make it a bit more greasy there, I would say. But
yeah. Also residue, like
what?
when residue on wood, when things have been peeled off it, it usually leaves residue and things that get stuck and gunked in it that would cause more color variation around the edges.
Yeah. So you can completely flatten out a cylinder. Yes. The top will get some distortion in the UV, but for games, no one cares. Like the little
Bold statement.
Yes.
You can end up working for that one client that really cares.
Well, yes, then you are lucky because your UVs will be way faster done. But usually it's about having a way more efficient UV usage than having absolutely pixel perfect UV islands when it comes to distortion. Like small distortion is not even visible if done well. So yeah. But no, nice asset.
Yeah, I like this one.
Let's see, but he also shared his FBX, so let's do a quick look over his geometry. Quick one, quick.
Okay.
Well, the typical, let's delete the starting scene in Blender. I don't know, is it FBX or OBJ? FBX, I think. Yes, it is. Why is it not? Oh, did I? No. Was it not? Can't find it. Why? I'm confused. Oh, oops, I don't know. Need to extract it. Yeah, did you try to import it from a zip which Blender apparently doesn't like.
Could just look at the wireframe in Substance.
Yeah, but I closed it already, so.
Oh. Rip.
Oops. FBX import. There it is.
For Maya users, similar option to Blender Rectify. Click. I'm like a begrudging Maya user. I really want to learn Blender.
Okay. First issue. If you are not planning on pulling this out, what I would do, I would literally just move it to the top, to the left, so you have no holes, and then just delete your unused faces because you will not need them. And now I will be an asshole and just see if you gave them. Oh no! So what I seeing is
If they got UV space.
yes, you actually have very big UV space for those faces that are never be seen, which is like a lot of space. So just by deleting those, you would get all this space to put way more text.
Oh damn.
Yeah, like 10% probably.
Yeah.
And even I haven't even looked delete the bottom one, which you can keep because you have actually some whole stuff in here, so it's fine. But yeah, okay. You actually, you see, I found something to critique. You have actually many faces, back faces. So just for the next time, literally just delete all your back faces. You don't need them. Oh, this one you deleted at least. What about this one? No. Also, delete this one. The back face. Also, oof, you got so many polygons here. Not optimized.
Oh, unoptimized mesh.
Delete. I'm curious now.
Did that also have UV space?
Well, this one has UV space. Which,
No, like the...
should. No, the back, yes, it has. But here, not sure why you have it like this. Any reason, or at least I can't see a reason.
Yeah, some really strange topology.
Basically this.
I wonder...
And this goes here. And what you also can do here is what was it? Brain lag. What was the name? The tool called? There. Checker deselect. With checker deselect, you can skip always one of the next edges, and then you can literally just collapse them like this, and it will literally look the same, but you will halve your poly count on this surface. Same you can do on probably all what you have here. Checker deselect, merge. Checker deselect, merge. And basically you can do it on all of them. So you can easily halve your poly count by doing that. Back faces. Well, yeah, I assume you will have back faces everywhere, so just for the next time, try keep that in mind. Also, I think this one makes nothing, so I would, just delete this kind of stuff.
Is there going to be a past broadcast for this, or is it just a live one?
I'm
reading what Wilton said. Is it just live once? Oh, we're recording as well, right?
Yeah, we're recording
okay.
this.
So we'll put
and
it somewhere.
we will be live frequently.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That is why sometimes Maya is bad, missing this option. Like Flintlock, there's, like, I feel like whenever I sit and watch, like, Ola working in Blender, and the tools that he has that Maya doesn't, it just makes me sad, honestly. Like, the fact that I pay Autodesk so much for a license. And it's like trudging through dirt to try and get something done. I feel like,
Same here.
like, Ola's, like, good with Maya as well.
Actually, it was lecturer for
yeah,
Maya.
he taught Maya, and, I mean, he's not one of those, like, mouthy Blender bros who's like, Blender is the best thing ever, but, like, I think the way in which he works in it, and because of the tools that he has available to him, there's definitely a massive benefit. I guess, like, it sucks to say, because, like, Maya and Max have always been seen as, like, the industry standard, but I think most studios are moving away from industry standards, so long as you're able to submit your assets, unless they've got, like, certain plugins or pipelines that they expect to be used. But for the most part, in, like, asset creation like this, it's not really an issue. I mean, we work with a lot of clients, and they all have their different pipelines and requirements, and it's never an issue for us. We tend to work in what's most comfortable to us. So, like, if you're just learning now and you get the opportunity to choose between Blender and Maya, I recommend learning Blender, and that's as a Maya user.
The most important thing is when you work with Blender is I would always learn Maya basics, just because then you can put it on your CV.
Yeah.
Because any person who will review your portfolio first, which is most cases not an art director, or even art directors, because they are usually older, so they might...
Hey. It's true.
No, but even many 30-plus people...
Yeah, it's true. We're generally older.
They still think Blender is an old garbage tool.
Yeah, there's misconceptions.
They might have not... Yeah, but what I just mean is, like, those people will just see, oh, he only uses Blender, he's a no-go.
Yeah.
So I would always recommend just learning basics of Maya or Max, because then you can put it on your portfolio together with Blender.
Yeah, it takes like 2 days to get comfortable with Maya, I would say.
And if you learned one 3D tool, you learned the fundamentals, you can easily pick that up in another software.
Yeah. It's just about learning where everything is.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, this is next one.
You did raise a good point there, because I do think that a lot of older artists, we do tend to get stuck in our ways a little bit, and have a lot of misconceptions about certain tools in the industry, and Blender is definitely one of them.
I started with Maya but switched to Blender recently. You have to kind of not get mad and accept Blender does things differently. After a few weeks you start unlocking Blender's true power. It's been a really cool experience.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I guess the parallel is sort of with ZBrush as well. Like, ZBrush was sort of my gateway into 3D, and let's be honest, it has very bespoke workflows, tools, and even its naming conventions are very much all its own, and they make sense for what it is. But then none of the things that you learn in ZBrush really carry over into other software. Yeah, ZBrush is very special. It is, but it's such a powerful tool. I mean,
like made by aliens.
Yeah, like I fucking love ZBrush. I wouldn't change much about it apart from maybe ZModeler.
Let's see. Okay, one thing here I can already say I like and dislike. I can see you did some nice little imperfections to your paint, which I also always do. I like that.
But they don't expose the material underneath, do they?
What?
No, it looks like some of them look like they just have paint pushed in.
No, this is paint comes out. It's like bubbles. If air is below the
it's extruded.
Paint.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought it was
it's like
dent.
when you kinda unclean or quickly like paint your stuff and you get little air bubbles.
Yeah.
Which obviously shouldn't be a thing in like military usage, but it looks nice.
Yeah, it's nice for
That's
games.
the important part. What I don't like is this. You can clearly tell that your UV stops here, and then your grunge starts here, and the grunge is a bit. It looks like a little bit like not concrete, but you know what I mean. It doesn't look like actually metal.
It looks
below.
like it's been scraped off with like sandpaper, so like the whatever's below is kind of like. Yeah, it's kind of gravelly looking.
Yeah, also with the light you can tell that it's not much of a contrast to the other metal.
Yeah, there's also no depth
yes.
with the paint.
So I would try to incorporate this more into your paint, so it looks actually more chipping off the paint. Because when you choose already to have a paint which this bubbles, you should get also the nice effect from chipping, I would say. And also try to avoid having obvious seams by this kind of stuff.
The Sikh says, by aliens for aliens. Kazushini says ZBrush is from Area 51. Wilton says, 100%, a lot of people bash Blender for being weird, but ZBrush is like Blender's even weirder cousin. Kazushini says, ZBrush is for people who use the N64 controller. Probably Elysium says ZBrush controls are specifically tailored to haunt my dreams.
I can see
feel
you
like,
too, Doro.
Hi Doro.
Well,
I think like at some point I'll be streaming some of my workflows, and ZBrush is a huge part of that. So it's always good to spread the good word of ZBrush. It's not as like weird as people initially think it is. Dory will agree with me. ZBrush equals Dynamesh with extra buttons. No, Dynamesh is like the worst. Dynamesh
best.
No, it's so 2016.
It's the
Learn
best.
new tools. Since 2018, we don't need
Zero
that
Mesh
shit
sucks.
anymore. Don't have to use Zero Mesh either. You got like all these cool new tools.
Here you have a
The
weird transition.
Tessmate, Scopper's Prime.
You have like the transition, oops, between this part and this part should be the same, I think. Like it's one part, it's supposed to be, but your transition here looks way too sharp. I would have made it softer, like
Yeah,
this
it's like
edge.
quite a hard
Make
cut.
it
It
more
looks
soft here.
obviously 3D asset.
Yeah, I think you have a shading error here, but I'm not sure. Maybe the lighting. I like the material of your polymer though. I mean, it's a bit too simple, but the base of it is nice. Yeah, I like this kind of vibes. And yeah, here you can see like he did it already a bit better than the first person with the different hues. Like here it's more black, here it's more gray. But you could also even giving this different than this, even though it's one part, you could play with gradients or with just dirt by the grease that comes from just holding it.
Magazine doesn't look like it has enough geometry.
What?
Magazine doesn't look like it has enough geometry.
Yeah, it's missing
some baking issues.
some loops here. Oh no, another number. Oh, you actually put it twice. You shouldn't put the same number, because what they often do by putting numbers on their guns, attachments, whatsoever military is, how you call it, the armory guys, just counting.
It's
the
inventory,
amount. Yeah,
kind
inventory
of marking. Yeah.
marking often.
I actually don't think enough people put inventory stickers on stuff like this. Like you get like military inventory stickers, and you also get like auction stickers, resale stickers, stuff like that. Like trying to peel off.
Yeah.
It's kind of underused. Heckler and Koch.
Oh, put some hands. The Eugene ones,
the
I think.
hands. I always like seeing the guns with hands, because I think that actually, like, whether you care to present them this way or not, it's always worth getting like a hand pack or something and checking, especially if you're designing your own guns, checking the scale to make sure they actually look right with hands.
Yes.
Like,
And yes, to the button looks quite sharp. Should be softer. Also, if you have hands used in this screenshot, which expose that there is no body, which I usually am not a too big fan, you should try to avoid showing off that it's actually just hands.
yeah, maybe either use an alpha to fade it out or don't
Yeah.
show these angles.
And then here you don't show it at all, and I would actually rather put it here than here.
Yeah,
it
this
looks
is the
cool
one you
here.
want to
I
use.
would
It.
just
Yeah.
continue it on this kind of renders then. This kind of stuff here, where it looks so pinchy in this corner, is because you don't have enough geometry. What you can do is you can make it with more geometry and then delete them again, or you have a very perfect UV that is straight, and then you could just do some Photoshop fixing. Cool. I think you have fingerprints wipes here, but they are way too tiny.
Yeah, I can barely see them.
Nice welding though. That's all. Looks a bit jaggy, but like having welding here looks cool and interesting. I would add more variation here in the polymer in this area because it's in the first person area, giving it more interest.
Actually, looks like it would benefit from like one of those polymer seams.
Yeah, that's also. But I think yeah, he has it here. But he could also put it.
Yeah, like
On
that
the
would
back,
look great
sure.
down the stock as well.
Well, no, actually, I think he has, but it's.
Wait,
I'm confused. Is it?
No, it just looks like a UV seam to me.
Yeah, it could be a UV scene, but
Yeah.
it's something.
Yeah.
I can't tell what it is.
But I mean,
You should put, if you have a seam here, you should definitely, you can even cover it by a welding seam.
yeah, I mean that's a good thing about polymers is you get these nice like production seams that look really good.
Okay, let's see. Wahhaj.
Oh, next one.
Yes.
Wahhaj.
Wahhaji or Wahhaj? I don't know. But
Concept
I know
by
him
Wahhaj.
because he is writing a lot in the Discord.
Okay, Wahhaj. So yeah, sorry if we can't pronounce your name. It's
Well, Jade can't even pronounce my name, so
Ola Matiba.
it's Ole.
Ole.
Ole Matiba.
Ole.
I just did a thing. You can check how many people in the world have your surname.
Oh really?
Yes. It is 107
How do I?
or something for me.
How many people in the world have a surname? Oh,
Yes.
everybody's gonna. Mine's gonna be super common in
How
Asia.
many people have my
Forebears website.
Yeah, it sounds like Forebears.
So you
There
just
can see it.
search for.
So when I put my name, oh wait, it says there are 146 people, approximately, obviously, in the whole world.
It's not working for me. Put my name.
Yes. Jade. Oh wait, surname, right?
No, surname. Law.
Law. Yeah, 250,000 people.
Yeah.
It's the 2000 and...
Most prevalent in Hong Kong. See, I'm telling you, there's so many Chinese people with my
Try
name.
my name.
It doesn't help that my first name is like
Your
Jade.
name,
either.
how is it pronounced? Spelled?
G-E-E-L
Huge.
G-
Go ahead.
H-O-E-D.
No, I couldn't follow. What?
G-E-E-L.
Just check these.
L. And then? G-E-L.
H-O-E-D.
H-O... Ah, even this year. Gjelov.
Please link.
1,340 people in the world.
There's not many yellow hats in the world. Oh, there's plenty in America though. I guess it's all those
Oh,
Pennsylvania
yeah.
Dutch.
It's this website. Let me...
Yeah, yellow hat.
Link
That's
you.
literally his name.
Yes, it's literally Yellowhead. So yeah. Let's get back.
I have the same name as many like Asian lawyers. So many J laws practicing law.
Okay, I can already tell you. Wait, oh no, Wahhaji is. He was saying he wants the recording because he can't watch it. I think.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I can't ask him, but. Ola, it looks like there are variations of my name in German. Bogdan. I don't know. Never heard of.
So this one's interesting because it's obviously done from concept, and I'm just kind of looking at the concept.
What is your surname, the 6? Posionas. Interesting. This style reminds me highly of Volta.
No, not even. It's like you can tell this is
No, but it's a style. It's very similar.
no, it's more sci-fi than his style. His is way more grounded than this.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
absolutely.
no.
Lauter's design is like much more grounded. This has a lot of like bullshit going on in the design. Like
Jade, what you mean? He has extremely sci-fi looking stuff, like this. Well, not extremely, but...
no, not extremely.
still.
No, but the thing is with Lauter's designs is that everything he does is purposeful.
Oh yeah, but what I just mean is this art style. It just reminds me, like, you know how the lines are here and how it's presented.
Oh yeah,
just
like the
2D?
rendering
It's
style.
just
Yeah,
what reminds me of it.
But
I'm not talking about like.
I'm talking about the actual design of it.
No, I'm not talking about the design.
And like, there's obviously like a lot more fidelity gone into the rendering of this concept.
Yes.
Like, it actually has like
Okay,
material definitions, but anyway, yeah, the design of it, like compared to Wouter's work, where everything is purposeful and makes a lot of sense, this concept, not so much. You know, it has a lot of like aesthetic choices that bring it into sci-fi that are moving away from practical design.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of this style of stuff, and I think it's almost like represented in
I think
how
that
he's chosen to interpret these shapes.
Wahhaji.
Do we have the
Wahhaj?
FBX for this one?
No. Do we? I don't think so.
I don't know. I think
No, we
like
have 3 FBXs and another one was an FN file, so no.
so
But-
like the silencer on it feels really fat,
Oh yeah, it does.
like way too big.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, but he did even the correct one, but only showed. Holy shit! Okay.
Yeah,
that's-
but it's
that's
just-
too many renders. Oh, and there's the. Yeah.
is this thing like? I mean, I do it myself, and it bothers Ola because he has to help me. orthographic concepts sort of leads to like Escher-esque interpretations of shape. And I think in this case, because you haven't seen like what the width is in the concept, you've sort of made a guess and made it wider. And I get kind of why, but I would have like continued the edge shape of the actual gun a bit more and not made it so wide. It looks too front heavy.
Yeah, like the original thingy even more.
Yeah, like just from a functional standpoint, like
Can't.
you wouldn't want. It would need like a front grip on it or something.
Well, there is a silencer which is very similar fed. Not as fed, but similar.
Yeah, it's just
But
it kind of weights
what
it very
he
differently.
did pretty good though is it's very similar. Like, I'm not a big fan of this concept because it's too much random stuff for my
Yeah.
taste. Like all this Boolean stuff, it's like, it's like
Just noise for the sake of noise.
yes.
But
But he definitely got most of those shapes.
yeah, like
Wow.
the actual like gun itself, I think he's interpreted it really well. Like
What I don't like is that he made so many different colors.
yeah, that was sort of unnecessary. Like pick the one you love and go with that.
Yeah, this is my favorite, just because it's silver and then he has the nice contrasty bold and that's it. And you have black.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the purple and green one because it reminds me of AV Unit 01.
Yeah, but this is just no.
I mean, I get
This
it.
is also way too strong. This one, you would have to make the bold, the bold silver instead.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where you really have to think about your presentation. I mean, we can all sit here and pretend that we make our art for ourselves, but when we post it on ArtStation, we're sharing it with other people. And we kind of have to tailor how we present it. And in this case, I agree, like, especially the way in which these are presented. So the top image, the blue and red one, then followed by the exact same image, but in silver, then again in gold.
Yeah. I would stick to one, maybe two. But if you make another one, it should be just even more fancy or crazy than just another color.
Yeah, and I mean, it's technically it's like skins as well, right? It should be supplemental. It should be like you show off your model from all the angles that you want it to be seen from and feel it sheds the best light on it. And then you do supplemental renders with like variants.
There's also a big issue with the model itself, functional issue, which is probably not even a concept.
I know what you're gonna say.
It's actually not in the concept like I expected it, but sure. Well, you have the, I don't know how to call it, the slide catch.
Yeah.
There's no hold for it. Like, can't go up. Like, how do you stop it?
Yeah.
From going
I
back?
was waiting for you to say that.
Like, rip, get wrecked. Doesn't work.
I also,
Which is fault of concept.
yeah.
He could have made it, of course.
With the slide locked open as well, I wonder how that would look with the silence so a bit awkward.
Yeah, but I would try to. Also, here's the same issue. The silver and the silver is the same. Try to make it different, even if it's the hue.
Yeah, I guess like by all means, when you choose concept to work from, no matter what the quality of the concept is, always make sure that you're also referencing real guns.
Yeah.
I think like one of the things that we definitely value in 3D artists here is the ability to fill in the gaps that the concept doesn't always provide. And sort of fix a lot of the issues that the concept artist might have missed. Because at the end of the day, unless you're doing your concept in 3D, you're never going to be able to paint the full picture of how this gun should look and feel in a 3D environment. So it's good to have a modeler that can interpret those shapes and also reference it back to real guns. And in most cases, concept artists will have built upon the foundation of a real gun or been inspired by a real gun. So it's just good to kind of figure out what that is. In this case, it's a Glock. He should have looked at a real Glock as well to help fill in a lot of the, I guess, functional and size. I think he probably has actually, given looking at the size of the actual
I like this kind of stuff.
slide. I think it's.
He was smart enough to.
He kept the bevels
No,
and the depth very subtle.
No, what I mean is this. He merged them all
you're
to
like
the middle because
topology.
yeah, because what will happen if he doesn't merge them to the middle, you will get this kind of stuff as your geometry, and then it will do little mini tiny triangles all over here on the edges, which results in fucked up UVs and very bad looking textures and bakes.
Yeah.
So this is smart. Not too many people do this, I can tell. But also then he has the mistake of there's like stuff with so many edges, which is such a waste of polygons, while he has like way less here, for example, like 3 edges here for the silhouette, which is the most important. But then he has those tiny holes here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, 92 sided.
Yeah.
No, even if your UVs are perfect, if the UVs are too small, or you go for a lower resolution, it will, because the triangle starts to get smaller than a pixel, and then, yeah, rip. So yeah, if you have the resolution, sure, it doesn't affect anything, but if you don't, it will kill it. Cool. Let us see. Next one. Nick. Oh wait, this is the FN. I have substance filter file. But also give the man love. Here's his link. Wait, I saw his stuff recently. I think.
I like this one, I have to say. Like, obviously, I took a little moment to look over most of the submissions before they came in. And, it's that gorgeous front grip. Just so nice.
It has a nice variation.
Yeah. Really nice. Oh, and I love the way that it's actually like attached to the gun. I'm just a fan of this design.
I would argue that.
I have to say that these renders aren't the best. Like the shadows are pixelated. It's like square cast shadows everywhere. Really, I assume this is rendered in Marmoset. It looks like Marmoset. Yeah, it's Marmoset. You really need to look into like your render quality because it's letting down the quality of the asset and the quality of your lighting even. Although I would say that you place your lights in many places where it's kind of washed out a lot of the detail, but yeah, I think this is the first case of needs to, if you really want to showcase your asset to the quality that it is, I think a little bit of time spent just learning a bit more about Marmoset would definitely help out here.
Are sharp edges and UV islands dependent on each other? Like, let's say I have a sharp non-marked as seam edge on a UV island. Yes, it will look very weird when baking. The rule of thumb is every edge that is a hard edge, you have to seam, but you don't have to put a hard edge on every seam. So, just to visualize it quickly. So, these. So when I make seams here on the hard edges that are 90 degrees, you also have to make them sharp. But if you, for example, put here seams, for whatever reason, you shouldn't do this, but if you would do this, you don't have to do an hard edge here. Okay, answered quickly. Yeah, I like the wood. I like the wood the most, I have to say.
I like the wood on this one. There's nice variation, but it's desaturated as well. I'm a fan of these like darker.
Yeah, like this, where the wood gets already darkened by grease and rust and oil and everything. It's when metal and wood matches on guns, you always get this nice darkening.
Yeah, I like the grain on it as well. It's like an old maple.
Yeah.
Something.
What I not like too much is that his spots here are literally pitch black, like value 0.
Yeah.
Oh, I think here I had the mistake. Like, this looks like he put a alpha and forgot to paint it away again. At least feels like that to me.
Yeah.
I would give this a different color variation than this one, like make it darker or brighter.
I think, like, I've noticed with a lot of people in metals specifically, they actually don't put any color
What?
in their base metals. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff recently where people just use, like, grayscale for their metals, and it's, like, so nice.
No clue. Yeah, I think here your normal map is fucked. Yeah, it's a bit. Your shading might be different from your when you baked it. Oh, here we have a similar thing that we had on this other gun, where you have this wear is going through different layers of height, which I don't like. Like, you should paint them in the valleys away.
Yeah. I feel like people are doing this, I guess, painting in the 2D view using, like, the UV.
Yeah, or they just use projection, or they use triplanar,
Yeah.
and then this happens. I have seen a lot. What you can do in this kind of cases, actually, it's a good example. You can add okay, I doubt I will find it that fast, but let's see. So what you can do is, let's see, I'm here on this one. No, it's this one, yes. So if we have those scratches, you can just add a smart mask. Let's say we go for occlusion. We add the occlusion mask and set the occlusion mask on subtract. And there you go. Well, here in the bottom you might want to paint it away if you want this. So maybe just... No, okay. In this case,
This is the kind of
it's
thing that
easier when you...
hand paint tediously.
Yeah, but no, you can literally then. If you can't do it with the mask, you just have to paint it out by hand. Literally by hand.
Yep.
And then it's fine.
I'm one of those people that like doing this, like, everything hand painting.
Yeah, he added actually enough geometry to his first person.
It's a shame again that it looks like, from a first person perspective, that's where the least amount of interesting detail in his textures is.
Yeah, also, like, this is just a generator edgeware in the first person view. Not a big fan. Also, in this kind of case, first you should do this in 3D and bake it, looks better. I'm pretty sure this is from Substance, the one. But maybe it's not, who knows. But you can also add, like, not geometry for every single one, but you can add, like, a little bevel that is going outwards, so it looks from the side like it's actually something there. That's what I often do. And you should add grease, stirred something in the pattern.
Nice, so maybe I'll finish the scope I'm working on by the end of the stream so I can post it in the Discord. Now.
Okay, we have this one.
We expect good things.
Let's put anchor point. Let's put occlusion. Then let's get right. Which one is it? In the normal map, okay. Put this in normal map. Where's the there?
Just as a nitpick.
Sure. True.
Like, given what this is, that could have been rotated as well. Like, on guns, you never see these things, like, perfectly aligned.
Yes.
That way, it should be, like, slightly rotated, slightly maligned from, like, yeah.
I literally can't get...
Just little attention to detail, like,
That
little bit
sucks.
offset here and there.
This sucks. I can't get the mask from the normal map there. Sad. Probably because you didn't use it as an endpoint. Or maybe I'm doing something wrong. No, I don't think so. No, okay. I have no idea why it's not working. But anyway, adding there grease or something in between, make it more contrasty, lets it look better. Oh, shading is already again bugging here. This kind of stuff happens when you don't triangulate your acid before you're baking.
Oh yeah, I do this all the
And,
time.
yeah,
And I'm like,
then
why
you-
is it broken?
Yeah, then it's triangulate automatically. A marmor set, you bake it, and then you put it in Substance Painter, and Substance Painter calculates triangles in a different way, and
Yeah.
then you get this.
I always have to triangulate my meshes in Maya to prevent this from happening. Because I think sometimes I can go months between like actually working on something like this myself, and I always forget and end up having to ask all of the same bloody question like, why is it broken again?
Yes.
You just got to triangulate it. Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Where is this? Where is the fucked up triangle?
You fucked up.
Why can I not see it? I want to see where this is. Should be on the side, no? Ah, interesting. On the 2D, it's almost not visible. Interesting. Got to go, but this has been a great stream. Thanks. Hopefully, see you next time, Cyberpink.
Cyberpink!
Cyberpink! Was nice chatting with you.
Ja.
Hopefully, you're coming back to the Bordog stream.
Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht. Wünschen wir dir.
Cyberpink.
Cyberpink. This kind of stuff. In the past, I always avoided this because if you don't do it nicely, it's looking a bit silly.
It looks kind of cartoony here. Like
Yes.
it's not. You've got your like
That's
big scratches, but you don't have the micro scratches that make it look natural.
yeah. That's literally why I literally avoided to texture those because I hate them because I never found out how to make it until I knew how to. But yes, and yeah, you edgeware on the Mac. Not the too big fan. It's a generator, I think, with the grunge on it, but looks a bit too artificial to me.
Some scratches there would have been nice as well. It was like
Yeah, it misses.
it's like
a bit-
stripped, but none of it is scratches.
Yeah, no, but it also misses literally like this micro scuffs and scratches.
Yeah. It's like all the big macro details are there. It's
Yeah,
weird because like
like
the
poof,
wood
poof, poof, poof,
has
poof.
the micro details.
Yeah,
but
here you
not
have
the
all
metal.
your big shapes, small shapes, medium shapes, but here it's This metal is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice metal. Just needs a little bit more love.
Good milling. Looks not too strong, looks not too weak. Nice. I don't like this color. Holy shit, this is just weird to me. Why is it this color? Like, this is not even contrasty cool, it's just weird. Like, why is it yellow or piss yellow?
It's the only yellow in the whole thing as well, so it has no harmony with anything else.
Yeah, it drags me a little bit off. I would just make it dark, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe he made it yellow because if he makes it dark, it would kind of get lost.
Yeah.
Alright!
Yeah.
Welcome, Exodrum. Or Exodrum. Not sure.
That dog.
Also, I've seen he did some stuff on the other side. Can I see something? No, not really.
Alright!
Welcome, Daniel. The 80, 70,000 whatever writing is weird to me, a bit too perfect and sharp. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah, it's a typical, it's a substance font. and it
Alright!
looks a bit, yeah, artificial. But this kind of issue you get also from the way substance height map looks like and why some stuff just looks better baked. It looks super soft on the edges, while if you actually stem something in or machine drilling something into solid metal, you get on the edges it actually gets very sharp and sometimes even pointing out.
Yeah, it gets little pinches.
Yeah, you
And where
can
if
actually,
the metal folds, if it's stamped, the metal tends to like try and fold in on itself as well.
I think on not on all Glocks, but on some Glocks you can actually see that very nicely. Can I get like a close up? Pure F, where's Pure F?
Oof, that grip in the middle.
This one.
No, up a bit. Sorry, I've got that delay again.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the other one in the middle. Yeah. Oof.
Can I see it here? No, this one is a clean one. But even here you can see that it's way sharper on the edges for this one. Can I find the... Oh, I think this one is a dirty one. Yes. You can see by the highlight, the white highlight, how it goes actually outwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a nice detail I like to put on my guns, and it looks lets this kind of stuff look way cooler in my opinion.
He says, I know there's a YouTube video of a guy that shows how to do stone tools and Beretta 9 to it.
Yeah, like
I think, like, for me, the most important thing to keep in mind with this is to always make sure you're checking your reference. Like, look at the real thing.
yeah, here you can see it on my gun. You can see here literally how it goes outwards before it goes inwards.
Because that's the thing, when it's a stamp, it should displace. Stop flexing all that.
Yeah, I also have it here on the pattern.
LT47 asks, how would you add that in ZBrush? Alpha, and then go in and like, it actually has some new interesting like fabric tools that cause displacement, like when you press into them. I haven't tried them out for something like this, but it could definitely work. But yeah, just ZBrush with a little like sculpting in and around it to kind of maneuver it into place.
No, but it's...
I mean, this is where you're getting to the point where you're like really looking into the fine detail.
Oh yeah, this kind of stuff is usually like...
But it's good to consider these things. Like, it's just getting into the practice of thinking about how are these guns made in real life, what effects do the like production processes actually have on the outcome. Yeah, Dory's like, make mass, push T-cell out, contract mass, put T-cell in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can show like a quick way to do it.
You could do it in substance through like feathering.
I don't know. I do it different. Okay. Give me any font. Give me this one. Then we put Wadok. Then I just...
For ZBrush, this is good, not on gun, but it will clear the trick. Click!
So we start with this, and then
Sculpting ornamental designs.
we can give this an anchor point. Then we can add here a fill layer. Give it the anchor point.
Oh, this video, I've seen this one before.
Then use a high pass.
Oh, I don't know what you feel about this video that just got posted, Doru, but like, this is not how I would approach this sort of detail. Oh my god, they go, oh. No, okay, so Doru, looking at this video going, making it so much harder for themselves than they need to. Doru actually has like a great approach to doing stuff like this.
So here is the most easy
for another
way,
day.
and you can see how easy this was achieved just by literally 2 layers. And it's just exactly what we tried to achieve. And now we can give it a color, make it let it pop a bit, give it some roughness, which is higher, and look at this. Great. Yeah, let me show you just slowly. So what we did first is getting the mask first, adding an anchor point, which is needed to get the mask into this one as an information for the fill, because people could argue now, why would you need an anchor point? Just copy this mask and add the high pass and levels. Yes, but now imagine you want to do more stuff. Now I can literally go here and it does this stuff automatically without me copying this mask and redoing all of this.
Yeah.
So I can literally go in now and literally just, no matter where I go and add this kind of stuff, it adds this nice effect.
Dory says at Jade, geez, that video really is making it hard for themselves. I totally agree. Anyone who clicked on that link, like, if you want to do ornamental stuff, do not use what that video is suggesting. Like the Godfall swords as an example, I feel like if we had sculpted the detail on those this way, they would have easily taken twice as long. Like, this guy is making it way too difficult for himself. And I wouldn't say it's like the outcome is really gaining him anything either. It's like, yeah, don't do ZBrush like that.
T2net, you can literally do it in many ways. This is just the way I do it. Because, yeah, it's like very easy to control, in my opinion.
Yeah, T2net, so that's the way that I would do it, but I'm not going to argue with Ola. His results are better.
Very nice control over it now in the end. But yeah, this is how you can do it.
Is there a site that shows the technique? I'll probably forget how to do it unless I rewatch VOD.
No, there is no site.
No, I guess just watch this video. Again.
Yes, you will probably have to watch this video.
I mean,
or maybe we
start charging for tutorials. That's what we start doing.
Yes.
Yeah. Big paywall.
This is the site. Yes, this is the site.
Yes.
For the people who haven't seen the face yet. No, let's see.
Mexican wave.
Let's see. Cifirka.
I like puns.
What?
Sorry. Kazushini said a sight for sore eyes. Like, oh.
I don't understand. Explain to me. I'm pleb.
To do this way too often or explain puns to you. So like this. Yeah. No, you know, it's one of those things. If I have to explain it, it's not funny.
Aleksey Koshelev.
I like the presentation of this. I like that they presented it being fired and ejecting the
Really?
shell. Yeah, I
hate
do.
This.
I think it's poorly done, but I love the idea of a massive...
This is not your fault, Aleksey, because many people are doing this. But me personally, if I have to look at the portfolio that it applies with this, I hate it.
I guess it's really a...
No, I'm like, why would you have it like fired? I have no idea why. I just not a fan of it. But
I think it's always nice to see it lit in the manner that it would be fired, right? But I think like this is why I'm saying this one's poorly done.
Yeah, I think
because with like the lighting actually hitting like the barrel cover doesn't look accurate to the amount of light from the muzzle flash, so it's inaccurate.
At least he added some light.
He did add some light, but he didn't add enough, which is why it's poorly done. But I do like the idea because it's nice to see when guns actually have like in-use lighting, and that's what I like about it. I see a lot of people doing this, and they're not doing it like.
But then you really have to go very deep in, because then you would have to actually do a reflection on the.
Yeah, but that's what I really want to see. I want to see someone present their work this way, with like an absolute use case where you see all these interesting lighting effects and their effect on the entire gun. I want to see that. I think that would be really cool.
Hypothetically, how funny would it be if the charging handle was directly connected to the bolt, just hitting you in the face every time you fire? Yeah, I mean, that would pretend people in the USA shooting people.
That would explain... No, I'm not going to make a joke about Americans. It's low-hanging fruit. Let's see. He has some cool variation in the color for the gun. You can see here. Maybe too obvious, maybe not. Yeah, no, it's nice.
Okay.
It's nice. There's not like...
This one, you failed. You forgot on your ArtStation edit to get the full view, so you get like this.
Fit the screen.
The screen.
I also don't think that like your background's nice, but I don't think it fits for this presentation. You really want like a clean background for this sort of presentation, just because there's already so much in the image. It's not that high res either.
The M-lock is a bit too close to the edge of the handguard on the center ball. I'm not even sure what he's referring to.
Scroll down.
No, the handguard. So he's talking about here.
Oh, sorry, it's my delay again. I'm like...
Oh yeah, the M-lock. Yeah. Not sure. Oh yeah, for the people who expect me to be like extremely having gun knowledge, yeah, I don't, because I actually don't care much about guns. I just like making
What
them.
a statement! He doesn't care about real guns, but he likes gun art. No, I'm not like chaining him to the desk to make something he hates. What a statement.
Oh, smoke. Yeah, I don't like. Some people like it's just a taste thing. I'm just not a fan of smoke and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of smoke because it's obviously just like photoshopped in and doesn't like buy you anything.
Ah, so the muzzle flash is not photoshopped.
Yeah, because that well, it's photoshopped in, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see that done well, like with proper lighting. This is obviously photoshopped in, but it adds nothing to like the image or showcasing like light bouncing off it. It's just noise. It's just in the way.
Oh, he's using grunge. I'm using a lot. It's this. or I have used a lot. Now I don't use it anymore because many people using it.
I used it before it was cool.
No, I probably also just got inspired by someone, most likely. I would have made this smooth, this edge, and it's just sharp, and I don't like it. Make smooth, way smoother, like actually bevel it, like give it some big, nice bevel. Yeah, like this, but this is...
I think a lot of it is just a little bit too sharp.
Oh yeah, like
you see
can,
the highlights
like,
bouncing off it, and when you get that really harsh
same
edge.
Goes for here, like a lot of stuff is too sharp.
Grunge over 5%.
Yes. Oh no! We forgot support loops. You can see how it's fading.
Oh yeah.
It's not a 90 degrees perfect nice bevel.
Yeah,
it's like
warping.
Yes. You forgot your cut stack. You probably put no cut because you would get pinching, because you put not enough edges in the beginning. So yeah.
Bless you, thanks.
Yeah, like how it's scratched. I'm just not sure about the value of the metal, but it's nice. I never understood this. I mean, yeah, it's nice, but why would people make so many different small parts? I just... Maybe it's just me. Many people are showing off the bolt, etc., and I'm like...
I feel like they're just showing off parts that they're proud of, but yeah, again, for me, like, if you want to divide up your asset, divide it up by things that are traditionally customizable and interesting, right? Like, this isn't interesting. This is, like, internals.
Yeah.
People don't care about this as much as you think.
This, I can accept more than the other render. Like with the hands and the muzzle brake, it's okay.
Yeah. So Dart says you should have me do some custom filters, procedural grunges, and stuff for the stream, stuff for the team when we don't have much going on. Yeah, we should. I mean, don't you mean you already do, Doran? Yes. We have a huge library of cool stuff.
This is weird.
Looks like it's been blurred in Photoshop.
Yes, but yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
I like that they tried to add the UI.
Well, he's smart enough that he deleted the bullet. I have seen so many people shoot, like, ejecting like the bullet with the case. Is that just the case? And I've even seen people shooting the bullet,
the whole bullet.
but with the casing.
Aha! The gun that fires sideways. Finally, technology has peaked.
This kind of renders are also cool.
Yeah, I love this stuff.
This looks like it's in a game, like...
Yeah, so stuff that looks like it's in use. And not just looking like it's in a game, but also, like... I just love anything that makes...
Oh no, he is right! Pink Daddy is right. It's on safety while shooting.
Oh yeah?
Well, here, sorry. Yes, good catch. Good catch. But I can excuse that.
You forget the dudes in model magazines without lips.
Oh, you mean like straight? Yeah. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Oh, this one. I have seen this one before. Yeah, okay. You liked it already. Laurentiu.
Oh, yeah, I like this one.
Laurentiu. I think it's Laurentiu.
Rifles,
Not sure, but Laurentiu. No, Martino. There's literally in Call of Duty airsoft magazines. Wait.
I actually think one of the guns coming up
is
has an airsoft kit on it as well.
No, that's not the issue. It's more the issue of what AAA games do.
Oh no, this is a fan art of a AAA game. I think it's like Apex Legends or something. One of the ones coming up.
Yeah, I think it's on red. Yeah. Look at this. Call of Duty made like photo scanning, and they literally photo scanned airsoft magazines. I'm showing it on stream.
Oh no, that's bad. Yeah, like one of the ones coming up is Wilton's P2020, which is a fan art from Apex Legends, and it's got like it's got a breach kit on the front. That's like a very common airsoft breach kit. It's just weird to see that in a game when it's not from a real gun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool kit, but yeah.
Yeah, you can see it here everywhere. Like on this one, also you can see it's Yeah. Well, this one is at least not. But yeah, this is But this is the reason why character artists and weapon artists is a thing, and not like weapon artists are useless. Because this was made by character artist magazine, or the Scan, or whoever was in charge for it, not a weapon artist. If it was a weapon artist, shame on you.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's funny because I've always like told junior concept artists this, like, always pay attention to your reference, like first-hand reference. Like, find it yourself. What is it that you're referencing? What are you building? Make sure that you're not copying someone else's interpretation of what you're making, and an airsoft rifle is exactly that. And it's weird now having these conversations because obviously over the last 10 years the fidelity of our assets has improved so much that we can start like being very specific about these minor details.
Yeah.
And now telling 3D artists like, look at the real thing.
Yes. So I don't like this first render because of this smoke dust thingy here. It drags me like to the front of the barrel, and then the barrel looks pixelated. I guess it's the model that is very special that it looks like this.
Yeah, I think
it's just
part of the design, right?
Yeah, but I just mean is because of how it drags me there, because of this dust, the barrel pulls me off from all of this.
It's a very distracting background.
Well, yeah, but here it's less annoying because it had like here it's the angle is literally going into the direction of this, so it drags me all the way to the bottom left.
I think like one of the big mistakes for like an image like this in terms of its presentation is that you've basically done the opposite of a vignette, which is, you know, supposed to draw the attention into like a focal point. What you've done is create these 2 points of light, one center right that's just nothing, like you're drawing my eye to something that isn't the gun. So I don't know why that's there. And then on the left-hand side, you're creating like you've got horizontal fogging effect, and then one that the smoke that kind of follows the barrel. It's all just distracting away from what's important, which is the gun.
Okay, let's see here.
The lens is nice. Like the variation of color in the lens. Ooh, and the little reflection of the bolt is nice.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice lighting.
Very interesting. Yeah. Well, I said I wouldn't direct the attention to this, but now I have to. How can I make the Epic Pen the size bigger? Or can I?
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
So
yeah,
the
it's
little
this
dot.
one, right? Yeah.
No, that's the highlight.
Oh well,
So
I just need one.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe some people will realize something when they look at those screws. I have made this mistake myself. Like, I am not perfect, but it's just.
He's like, I am not perfect.
No, I
just
mean,
joking,
it's just every time funny I see this kind of stuff when people forget to rotate the screws.
Yeah.
And they're all the same, like literally, like perfect.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. It was like the rotation of the design. It's. Yeah, they're all like perfectly
all
aligned.
The same rotation.
It's especially like with worn objects like this. It's good to go in and make sure that there's rotation variation in your detail.
Yeah. Here is again with the back. In this case, the foreground even distracts too much.
Yeah, like. I mean, that's not for anything, and it's mostly just getting in the way of showcasing the gun.
Then yeah, yes.
Yes.
He was just the most perfectionist. Yes. It's my fault. I'm so sorry.
Do flat torque screws exist?
Well, what you mean? I'm not sure. What I can tell is this one is baked. This one is baked. Oops. But then
not sure.
Those are not baked. If you don't add gyro here, don't add gyro here, or if you add gyro here, add the gyro also here, because this is first person era. You will see this and you will see this. So try to keep it consistent for your first person era. Everything in the back you can just have baked, but here it should be molded. I like how the polymer here for the grip is a completely different roughness and color to the main grip. Gives a very nice contrast. Oh, how do I ban someone, Jay?
Oh,
I actually have no idea.
Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers.
Ban.
Alright, let me just...
Okay, I did. Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Bots!
Oh, I first bought.
Famous.
Proud.
get bent some. Yes. Bankai!
Eva, do I have any Coke left? Do I have any Coke left?
You do not, but you have a coffee.
Ooh, can I have coffee, please?
Nice roughness variation here in the scope. He has made the same issue on the beige, that everything has the same hue value, I would say. It looks very similar. I would play around with that.
Marcos Brito Jr. says share this playlist with us.
Sure.
We can't even hear the playlist. I assume it's awesome.
Share. Copy playlist link.
Yeah, Doro, I like the lens as well. It's just like nice touch like that. I quite often see people that do scopes and they can't be bothered setting up the lens properly, whether in Marmoset or Unreal, because it is fiddly. But it is worth it. I think it's just a really nice touch when...
I have to give him that his edges are nice beveled, like not too sharp, very nice.
I like the little twisting in the design of the barrel cover of this one.
Yes.
It's nice.
Let me see something, because I think I found an issue. No, okay, it's not. It's just dirty leftovers from something, the texturing process in the area here. Would you keep chamfers as their own real, or would you put them with their neighbor surfaces? Wait, I'm not sure what you mean. Let me show you what I think you mean. So let's pretend we have just what he has, and it's just a boolean. So let's pretend we have this, what he has there, and then this is beveled. I guess you're talking about this. What I would do is I would do it this way, so that your bevel shares with this, but not with this. Anyone knows a good way to create lenses like that?
There's Marmoset actually have a tutorial on it. It's pretty good.
I mean, I can literally show it. It takes like a minute.
Yeah, it's quick to learn. It's always good to have a reference.
So Marmoset. Do I have a lens though? No,
No,
let
you
me.
don't have to set one up.
Actually, I will show them how to make the perfect lens.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So,
These should just be things that we should start taking notes for things that we should do tutorials on.
yeah, so people do this, and then cut this. And then they do this. And then people are like, oh, I made such a nice lens. But I'm like, no, it's not, because if you make your high poly out of this, you will have, well, it's on stream maybe not as visible, but here you have this pinching, and you will never get rid of this pinching. Actually, I can make it more visible. Let me just put like some cancers.
Character artists have the same issue when they're modeling boobies.
Look.
They get the same pinching when
Yeah,
they put nipples
and what you
in.
can do is you just create a cube. Yes, a cube. And then you just subdivide it by 3. Then you have to go in edit mode, and you just by Shift Alt S, you see what I do? It actually makes it to a perfect sphere. Now I can just cut it away, and I have an absolute perfect lens.
Stunning.
Yeah, as Martino said.
Yeah.
And
I
then
do the same thing in ZBrush.
let's export this desktop lens. Oh wait, thing doesn't have UVs. And then
Start to do some paid streams showing some tutorials would be awesome. I think we're going to do tutorials anyway. But,
yeah, we will do maybe we can do at some point like a Patreon or something for tutorials, but probably also on YouTube, just having stuff. We have no clue yet how we will do that, but
yeah, it's also about
we
finding
will
the time.
definitely at some point give some more tutorials, because that's also an issue we encountered in the past, is the fact that finding people is way harder than you think.
Basically trying to train up an army of weapons artists.
Yes.
But it's also about finding the time as well. Like, it would be nice to make sure that all of our streams are sort of tailored to a purpose. Like, we were talking about doing like a build stream over the course of a couple of months, where we would run through our entire process for making a weapon, starting from thumbnails all the way through to like final render, and going through like each step and how it would move back and forth between different members of the team, so that people not just get an idea of how to make these things themselves, but they also understand the production processes that go into like building an asset for games.
Okay, so when we have this lens, what you can do to make it look a lot better, we can add, where is it, your Newton's ring. We need, well, it doesn't matter, let's go for specular. Then we need, let's put in gloss. Actually, I'm trying to, transmission, refraction. Actually, let's put a...
You want to do an additive and a dithered pass.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... Can I not copy? Oh, no, okay. Just so I have something behind so people can actually see that there is something, because I just realized... Oh,
yeah.
No, actually I can just...
Alright!
Do a sky, right? Yes. Welcome, Eve.
That dog.
Now in the specular, you obviously want nothing too strong, otherwise you can't see through it anymore. No, okay, well, the thickness we put all down for now. Then we need some color, like orange maybe. Then the glossiness should be almost 0. I kinda like to add some, even though it blurs a bit, which is unrealistic in scopes, but it gives a way cooler effect in my opinion. In my humble opinion. You can give it an albedo if you want, like some scopes have a very weird color sometimes when you look at it and it looks very cool. We can just go for none for now. And then the Newton ring, you can see what happens is there. We give it like this kind of effect. Then we can add a little bit more maybe, so we...
Yeah. So you can almost like fake tinting, glass tinting.
Yeah, actually, that would be so we get some more. Yes. And I mean, then you literally have to just play around with yourself, figuring out something you like. But it gives a good, nice base when you use some specularity for this reflection that you get from lenses.
Yeah. Sometimes what I'll do when I'm setting up things like this is actually double them up.
Yeah, you can do that also.
Have one that really picks out like those massive highlights that I want, and then another one that's just in for the tinting. It's kind of cheating, but it works.
Play around with yourself. Quote Ola. I mean, we
no
had
idea
this
how many good
conversation in the
quotes.
past about no fan.
Yeah, the amount of quotes.
Like so could you pull off those tinted lenses? Like, yeah, again. I don't know, you guys were so close in that studio. Yes, we are. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't think that's what he meant. Like, close.
Okay.
Like this.
I see.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just so normal and not pervert. Sorry. Yeah, here it has the same issue again, that the lightning drags me to the left.
Yeah. Focal points. Think about where you want to lead the eye. I do believe that everybody needs to learn a little bit more about graphic design and basic principles of presentation. It's a shame when
yes
you
and
see...
no.
Yeah,
if you want to impress on ArtStation, yes. If you want to get a job, I'm
yes,
pretty sure
also, like, you want to
No.
present your assets in the best possible way, right?
I can hire someone who has bad presentation when I can see that his texturing is still great.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, in a case like this, because he's got so many, like, effects that are actually in the way.
Oh yeah, no, this is too much, but I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
mean normal
Like, you don't have to be
rendering.
perfect. Like,
What
you
I mean is just if you have like neutral rendering that is not perfect with the
Yeah.
lights, I just mean I can see over that.
yeah, you don't have to be, like,
I
an
don't like
amazing
this.
lighting artist. But
The grease over here and here is too much, like, it doesn't look accumulated in edges or anything, it just looks like slapped on top.
what, do you not just slap grease on your guns?
No. What will happen is it will accumulate it in the numbers and then maybe spill over a little bit. But here it just feels a little bit like...
Nah, I like to just wipe it on, you know, like...
So it's a bit too obvious on the...
There's a lot of grease and not many fingerprints as well.
Yeah. But also no wipes. Like when you have
like
grease,
smears, like little smudges.
Yes. But no, overall, a very nice, cool gun.
Yeah.
Cool gun. But yeah, the beige is too uniform. Gonna have to fix that. Let's see. Flintlock. Oh, he is writing a lot of stuff in our stream. I know that.
Yeah, I recognize his name.
Oh, what does he want us to look at? I guess his latest pistol.
Yeah, I guess so. But can we just take a moment to review Doru's amazing
Oh,
contribution?
of course. Let's review Doru's amazing
It
gun.
was nice to see someone submit some concept art.
Okay. Therefore, I have to actually take my pencil.
Okay, so first off,
No,
I've noticed that your like trigger and receiver are integrated into the grip. Very interesting breakup. Just the underside of the barrel has a thing attached to it. That's great. And yeah, it's like with the muzzle flash, right? It's like it's always nice to see a gun in use.
Actually, I'm impressed that it actually is only the bullet and not the casing. I would have actually expected from someone who doesn't make guns all the time just making a casing with the bullet.
Yeah. No. It's just because, like, see, Doru was big brain about designing his guns. And it's like, you know how in the first Mass Effect game, you didn't have any bullets? And the lore definition of why that was that all the guns used, like, mass relay technology. And they would actually just pull in enough, like, small debris, even dust and, like, even, like, as small as, like, atoms and stuff, and then fire that, right? So it was weird in the second one that you suddenly had ammo again. But yeah, Doru's gone down this road with this, like, there is no bullet, there is no
What do you mean there's a
casing. Yeah, no, that's just a, like, collected mass from his his future sci-fi gun.
bullet? Yes. It's perfect.
Yeah,
I
it's
couldn't do
beautiful.
this.
I think this is where guns are going to be
Yes.
in the next, like, 20 years. Like,
Only little nitpick is let me draw it in.
don't let the military see this; they'll get ideas.
It's missing its little barrel though. Okay, now it's perfect. Needs something to shoot on.
No, but the whole thing is the barrel. You know, it's like a tube.
Marco is asking, what are we looking for when we are recruiting?
Oh.
Potential.
Yeah.
It depends highly on the position, but let's pretend it's a junior position. It's many things. It's
Okay.
potential.
Yeah,
It
so what
is-
he means by potential is always good to see if somebody has good observational skills, like those, like, attention to detail. Even if they can't quite do it, just showing that you're trying to get those details in. Like, observational skills are the things that it's very hard to teach someone, whereas tools are very easy to teach. So
Yes.
seeing that in a portfolio is really good.
Also, it doesn't have to be like many weapons. If it's like 2 or 3 very good ones, where you can tell the person put a lot of effort in it, it's always better than a portfolio full of stuff.
Yeah, especially when you see portfolios with stuff that's like 2 years old, and it's not to the same quality as like the last couple of things. Like, why is it still in there? I mean, I get that you're maybe trying to show progression, and that's fine. But when if you're using your art station to apply for like work, remove them.
Yeah. You can also just hide them.
Yeah, you can
Technically.
also use like get a pro account.
You can also
Make a
just
website.
send it to someone, like the link to your ArtStation page, not your ArtStation portfolio, or what everyone can see, and then you can have your gems.
Yeah.
You guys just contract to local positions. Marcos, we are contracting only full-time members locally, or
Yeah, it's not contract.
European,
Yeah.
but freelance is worldwide.
Yeah.
I don't know who 6 is, so
We just went.
I don't know when I hire 6 if I don't know 6. Oh, I have to say this. Zachin? I know this material you use there. It remembers me very much of a material I have in my mind.
It looks very familiar. I feel as though I've seen this one on our website. Obviously, here's an example of somebody like just showing good decision making.
Yes, shows someone has
Choosing-
good taste.
Yeah, choosing the right material for the job.
No, your milling here is interesting and nice. You should add some grease in your grease and dirt, etc. in your pattern, just to let it pop better.
Yeah.
Your edge wear is a little bit all over at the moment, which is a bit confusing.
Grease in your crevices.
Same goes for this pattern, which is like in between something.
Yeah, Dora says,
Yeah.
isn't it odd that the crevices on the front tip are very clean and reflective? Yeah, exactly.
Also, not sure about the edge wear here, so it's very hard to get damage here.
Again, there's so many people that seem to own guns that like get in there with a knife and they're just like,
Yes.
digging away at it.
That's what I do all day.
Gun looks better with scratches.
Your money mark here is a bit... I wouldn't put it.
No, doesn't make any sense. Unless you're like pimp or something, and you're like, yeah, dollar signs, cool, yo. But
Then you have here this very glossy compared to this part, which is a bit weird to me. I don't know what it is. Is it like wear? Or is it like greasy, oily? But it's
Yeah.
not oily because it's not dark, so yeah, this confuses me a bit.
I feel like the grip on this one is really harsh, and I feel like it's just because of the render. Like, shadow intensity is quite high. And it's...
Scalar works peak. I mean, I have no idea who you are on ArtStation, so I can't quickly check it out. I mean, you can post it and I can quickly take a look, but without a link I will not be able to find it.
Oh, this person works at Sumo Digital India. I didn't know Sumo Digital had an Indian studio.
I did.
Oh.
Oh, you actually... Well,
Is it? Yeah, I probably wouldn't model the spring in it, but I think you did it like connected to the
cylinder, so at least that's good.
Hey, model the bullets.
But yes, you modeled the bullets. And the material here on the magazine is kind of cool. I like. You have some weird seam going on here. Maybe it's to sharpen the hypo. Since you choose the same color as my H9, what I would recommend this kind of stuff is giving it a nice gradient, like let's show you on my H9. So you can see on my H9 that I have this is more darker and goes brighter at the bottom again. So everywhere you touches your gun a lot, gets it very dark compared to the other parts of the gun. I like to do that just to give it some nice gradient and color variation.
Is it a good idea to use Wardog's render as reference, or is it better to use only real references?
So. I mean,
yeah.
some of ours are based on real ones, and some are just out of our mind. So
Yeah, and also it's like what Ola was saying earlier about going larger than life with a lot of these details as well. So if there's something in our portfolio where we've taken creative liberties to like enhance something, that's, you know, a creative decision that we've made that might not necessarily be accurate to what you're doing. So do a mix of both. I think if there's like something you really like,
I would take it as inspiration. If
Yeah.
anything. If you take someone else's work as inspiration, it's absolutely fine. You should still always get like a real reference for it, because
you should understand
it's
why
easier.
people made the decisions they did.
Yeah.
That's why you should never just like totally copy someone else's like work. Don't just sit and look at other 3D models. Make sure that you understand what the underlying knowledge that led to the decision making that we had actually went into it.
This is cool. You made like a breakdown.
Oh, this is neat. Try this.
Oh, mistake. You put the marmor scene. Now I will judge.
Now I will download it. Ha ha ha.
Now I'm going to judge. Let's see the wireframe.
Rip all the assets.
Okay, you have geometry here for no reason. Same for this. Collapse, collapse. Delete,
Yeah.
delete, or collapse. Too high density, smaller. Same for this one. Like you could start collapsing it here and just keep the outer shape. Too dense. It's always a good measurement to don't make it more dense than your silhouette is. Like your silhouette here is alright, but then you have it like super dense in these cases. I mean, you can bevel it here. I have seen also in AAA some do it. Not a too big fan of this. I would rather bevel this then, if anything. Yeah, geometry here. This shouldn't be there. Also, your first-person hand renders, I would only take one of them. Or take this one, but actually do it like not aimed on the side. While this is aimed on the side, do one that's just like in the normal idle position. And this one is a bit obsolete. Yeah, and that would work a little bit more on your edgeware. Like, try finding real references for your edgeware and copy the shapes of the edgeware.
Yeah, the placement's really nice. But
Yeah, it just feels a bit like take a brush and which you can do at some point when you have like a good memory in your head of shapes for this kind of stuff. But yeah.
yeah, it's like anything. The more you do it, and the more you understand it, the less you'll be relying on reference.
Yeah, let's see quickly. Just this seeming I wanted just to know something about this edgeware.
I said we were going to take a look at it next time.
Oh yeah, but
We have so many to get through.
well, we will not go to any through all this time anyway.
People jump in the queue.
What do you mean your scratches are too much? I don't see too many scratches. Looks fine to me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see nothing overdone. Nothing overdone.
Oh, he's looking for work. He's like, please look at my thing and tell me, like, you'll hire me.
Yes. Yes, really. It's not too much. I mean, I don't see too much, at least. Time burner. Yes, I know this one.
Oh, yeah.
We will definitely not make it today. We are just halfway through. Holy shit.
Oh shit, it's like nearly 10 o'clock. What?
Yes.
I've done this nearly 3 hours. Oh, can I be a weapon art? You are a weapon art guy. You literally make swords for a living.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So overall, I saw this before. I liked it. Not sure. The magazine had some stuff I wasn't sure about, but we'll get there.
The big handprint on the box like threw me off.
Yeah.
I like this one though.
One thing I have to say here first is this frame. I'm not sure about it. It's a bit because you can tell there's a floor. This frame just
It's unnecessary.
it's just like
It's
I know
actually-
there's a plane on the floor, and then there goes like this frame around it. It just
It's making the gun look flat, even though it exists
Yeah.
in 3D space render. You would almost expect the line on the far right to be over the mount.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's. I like that you're obviously trying to brand your work, and I'm all for artists doing that, but yeah, you have
you
to.
should not put it like on every render, for example.
It's too encroaching. I feel. I do like your logo though.
From distance, I can tell it has very good variation in color and roughness.
Yeah. Also, with the presentation of this one,
Shoot in the flow.
like looking at the midtones of your background are sort of the same as the midtones for the gun. So, considering like the complexity of detail in this one, it would have probably been better on a slightly darker or lighter background.
Why I don't have a logo?
Because he has the War Dog logo.
Because I have the Wardog logo. And because my logo is my weapon art style.
I've just come to the conclusion that the Wardog logo is just Ola. Ola, if dogs were human, they would be Ola.
Yes. I like this flower. It's too exaggerated though, like it looks super clean. Well, this is super fucked up. But I like this little thingy there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Neat little person.
When we make like emotes for Twitch, I will have like my ponytail as an emote.
We'll make it happen. One of the emotes should just be like your face with like ponytail.
Super fucked up. Okay. The 6. Is it someone we know? He says super fucked up.
No, I think like people don't realize
Just
these
watch-
are the things that we say a lot. Maybe he's actually watching us. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like
Because we
you
literally,
fucked up.
yeah, we're saying like a lot of,
Always
you
fucked up.
fucked up. I
And
never
all this
met you.
no square.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably sitting in the office next door, like listening in. Like these fuckers just keep saying the same shit over and over again.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
This roughness here, those spots are a bit too strong for me in comparison to the rest. They don't really blend in nicely,
But
I feel like. This is a cool shot.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, this is really neat. Oh, I like the heat discoloration on the barrel. I'm always like a big fan of that.
Yes, you are. I know.
Yeah, I like it. Anything.
The stock looks a bit like salmon. Now you said it, I can't make it unseen. Hiya.
Booyah. The ammo box, I actually think is the weakest part of this.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's also because I think, you know how it looks like? It looks like, because we have this leather here, those brown spots look like leather. And it literally looks like
Yeah, they're the
there's a
same
leather
tone,
layer
aren't they?
on top of of metal, on top is painting. So it looks like painting on top of leather, leather on top of steel, which is kind of confusing
Yeah,
to me.
you're right.
That's
Also
what I think I see.
Like, given the age of it as well, like Ola said earlier, the flower is way too clean. And it's also too white. White paints never look white.
White paint? Oh, you mean
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this would be
That's
painted
what I
white,
said
yeah.
earlier. It's like too exaggerated for me.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe different color of leather. I really like the leather though, especially on like the gun strap. It's really nicely done.
Yeah, let me get
Ooh, there's
this
some
one.
nice little details on the underside. It's nice.
Let me get No, we're getting to this render soon. I like
know I've seen it. It can't be unseen.
I like the little spots he has everywhere, like going around.
10 out of 10. We're trolley again. Yeah, no, I think there's...
Maybe in some parts it feels a bit cloudy, but overall it's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's no areas of rest. Like, I would have picked some areas to not have it as much, so that
Like,
where
I
you
would-
have got it is highlighted.
Probably here I would do it less on the scope. It's
Yeah.
a good example where I would put it.
Yeah, I mean, the effect of it is really nice, but
The
pick and
barrel
choose where you put it.
is cool.
Yeah, the barrel's
The
really
grease he
nice.
puts in the corners also pretty nice.
Yeah. That little tints of purple, so nice. So Knock has to go. Thank you once again for feedback and awesome stream. It's 3 a.m. Oh, okay.
Good night, Flintlock.
Night, Flintlock.
See you next time.
Yep.
Was nice to have you around.
Yeah, it's nice seeing so many people from the Discord. Probably is, like, most people don't use the same names, so it's hard to know who everybody is.
Yes. The shape of the stock is so weird.
It really is a weird stock.
This.
I mean,
writing-
you see this a lot in, like, older guns, like World War
Yeah.
II stuff. Like, they didn't know what they were doing.
Nah. The stamp of numbers and stuff again doesn't look too cool. It's blending too much into the
Yeah.
whole.
Especially something this aged as well. There would be more, like,
Yeah.
dirt in it that make
Yeah.
it darker.
This
There'd be
renders
more
10
discoloration.
out of 10.
But this, oh my god, I love this. If I get to pick one thing from each stream that I love, I thought it was going to be the house with legs, but this is great. fantastic. This is like post-apocalyptic Ola rolling around the streets of Edinburgh with his trolling machine gun.
Yes.
Ah, love it.
Don't be mean to Jose.
Yeah, no, I couldn't be mean to somebody that puts a gun on a trolley. Oh, I love it.
No, I think I remember the shape.
I heard the guy who made this MD42 delete his files.
Rip.
Well, that's not a bad thing. At least he'll never go back to it. Like, sometimes it's just good to accept that something is done and move on and take what you've learned and build something better, right? Rather than fussing around changing something that you've already built.
Yes. Let's see. This one. From Cengiz.
Immediately, like, you know what I'm going to comment on. You know what I'm going to comment on.
Jade, the master of marvelous.
Oh, these fabrics. Like, you've let down the rest of the gun with the fabric modeling. I can tell that this is a solid mesh, and so, like, for example, the wrap on the back, this one's based on one of Wouter's designs as
Yes.
well. Yeah, okay, so, like, obviously he didn't have any material call-outs for what these are. Yeah. Okay, so I can't tell. It looks like it's some kind of woven fabric, but
Yeah, it doesn't look like leather.
yeah, but on yours it looks like leather.
No, it is. You can see the pattern here on the side.
It sort of looks like leather. Oh yeah, it's a bit more obvious close up. I guess like for me the biggest issue then is that leather is really stiff. It would not have this indentation at the back where it's like pulling in. That just wouldn't happen. I think that for me, even if you're like a good hard surface modeler, like fabrics are very much something you have to approach in a very different way. Like all the covers and everything that we've got in our portfolio, all of it is done in Marvelous Designer. And well, with ZBrush as well. So like these things are more commonly done by character artists. And I think if you're not confident in doing fabrics, then either take the time to do like a fabric specific project and really learn as much about them, how to build them, how to simulate them even, how to sculpt the micro details, because you're never going to get like the nice like micro details that you can get when you're doing a hard surface model in something like Substance as what you would get from actually bringing it into ZBrush and like working on it in there. It's sort of its own thing, and you can tell that your competency in like hard surface modeling far exceeds your competency in organics, and it's one of those things where you've got one element of your gun that's dragging down the rest of it. So, but I feel like this one's worth going back to and like taking the time to redo those. I think like Blender has some really good fabric stuff in it now.
Yes.
Yeah. ZBrush also has good fabric stuff, and also just hand sculpting it. But the approach that you've taken here, where you've just gone in, it looks like it's been poly-modeled. It doesn't look right, and it lets down the rest of the asset.
Yeah, what I don't like is your edges are way too sharp, but also you have everywhere the same width of your edges. In this kind of case, I would make it an actual bevel that is a bit thicker, like going actually until here, so it goes up like on both sides like this, so it's also nicer for your hand to put it. Then you have here the edge is so hard that it looks almost like it's a seam, and it's your hand where you put your hand on the grip, so I would just make the transition a lot softer. And on the back you have the same, that it's going way too sharp. And yeah, on the fabric, Jade already gave very good feedback. This area of your grip, the polymer, looks a bit washed out, very blurry. Check the, yeah, like, he's right, when you go to an MPX SMG. Yeah, well, shitty size, but... Yeah, here you can kind of see it that the front is a little bit beveled. It's not like a round surface, it's just bevel, then a straight edge, and then a small bevel again. Just nicer to grab it. I guess on I mean even on Volters you can actually see he even put a bevel there. So in this case just follow the reference more. Same goes for here. He has actually very soft grip while yours is kind of hard. Yeah, the texturing it's a bit too all over, like everything looks the same. So I would try to divide materials up a little bit better. The magazine, the front suppressor, the stock.
I hate to harp on about the same thing again, but actually just looking at Wouter's concept, I think this is something that's come up with a few of the guns now. If you're working from concept, also work from photos of what the concept artist is trying to work on, because for like those leather covers, I think it looks like you've tried to copy his concept, but there's actually elements in the concept that are wrong. So it's good to go look at photos.
The chamber looks a bit weird.
Don't show the chamber if you don't model the chamber like
Chamber.
properly.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, for the next gun I would recommend either go take a bigger, a deeper dive into cloth simulation or modeling ZBrush to make it a lot nicer. Welcome Domokan art and break up the materials a bit.
Yeah.
Getting the blur out here because it just looks very blurry, not very defined. High rattle stuff. Oh, it's probably.
It says because I'm not sharing my screen, I can't just pull up something to show them anything.
Yeah. Maybe we should figure out if we can somehow show your screen on my screen.
Yeah, maybe like next time. Because I mean, I would have loved to have gone a bit more in depth about this and show people some tricks, but I can't share my screen, so here we are.
We'll have to figure out how to do this. And then your edges are too sharp, even on the parts where it should be very soft. Yeah, nice. Ah, he made the bolt knife from Malta.
Oh!
Well, this is for another time.
Yeah, because this was actually Wouter's art test that he did with me.
Oh, T2. Wait. Didn't we just have T2?
I think, okay, so judging from what he has in his portfolio, I would actually say, PP2000.
Yes, PP2000! Woo!
I actually want to say that, like, the previous guy, he should actually spend it, like, maybe build another real gun before moving on to working with concept pieces. Like, understanding more about the actual real thing you're building. This gun is so ugly.
Okay, the people want this to be roasted. I can do that. We literally have seen, because of client work and personal work.
I mean, you already have poor taste in guns. We've established this much.
We have seen so many PP2000 in the last couple of weeks. It's like haunting.
Yeah, I've had to review a PP2000. Like, I don't want to even talk about it.
Okay, let's like it and let's dive into it. So first thing. Wait, do I have somewhere my PP2000 draft board? Ah, so loud noise. Do I have it somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I go try hard mode. I'm looking at our PP2000 draft board now and giving you feedback with like that. Yes, Kaze, that's what it looks like.
That hard angle at the front. Yeah, no, that's just the design, Dory. It's just such an ugly gun.
Or which angle do you mean?
The front one. Yeah, I guess it would be that one. Like, it's just got a hideous silhouette, this gun. Like, meh.
First thing is, your pattern is one from Substance, if I remember correctly. And the real one looks actually... Where is it?
You can see that it's more bubbly, but still pretty nice defined, and has a nice variety of random pattern, while yours feels a lot more uniform and less bubbly. It looks more like veins, I would say. Like, I miss that feel of bubbliness that you would get here. Like, you can literally, even if you zoom out, trying to figure out a similar thing that looks like this. But that's definitely what I see. Like, this looks like veins and many small heights, while on the real PP2000 you have it way more bubbly and very defined bubbles. Nice roughness variation here. I think it's probably because of the light. It looks a bit too strong compared to everything else. So I would maybe either strengthen other roughness variation a bit more or desaturate this roughness a bit because it's very striking.
I can tell that you did the
Writing, the font on the side, it looks actually like it's stamped, like it's getting out. Maybe it's just this angle, but at least it looks like it.
It actually looks pretty natural. It's like one of the more natural ones we've seen.
Okay, but now... What happened here? What happened here? I can see a seam that is.
Is that not just like a
long.
polymer seam?
I don't think so.
No, people.
Oh, it actually is.
Yeah.
No way.
It's a polymer seam.
Okay, I haven't seen that coming.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I keep
okay.
telling you this. It's a hideous gun.
No, this is. Oh my god. I would not even lying.
Yeah, it's a polymer seam.
Not even lying.
There are many reasons why I hate this gun, and even the micro details on it are
Yes.
absolutely hideous.
I have to say I wouldn't put this even in the even. Yeah, I trolled myself. No, but I literally even it is here. I wouldn't put it. Like not even lying. I wouldn't put it. This just for like anyone who has. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna open up one of our ones, right?
No.
Because I had to.
Yeah, no, on the real one, interesting. But why is it there? I literally don't understand this seam.
I guess because it's built in 3.
It's so weird.
No, even then, I can't figure out where the other seam would be to like break. Oh, okay, no,
No,
I
this
see.
is when you
Yeah.
have it. I can't really explain it, but
Yeah, it's from the molding process.
yeah, it is.
But-
So I just can't explain how it is.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
weird, isn't it? I guess. No, I can't figure it out either. It's just a hideous gun. They put it in there specifically just to annoy me.
Yes, but no, like it really looks weird. I wouldn't put it just like where I would do it. But people can do what when they want to copy it one by one, I guess. But yeah, it would. I don't know if I would be a gamer and I would see this, I would probably ask myself, what's going on there? Because I would have never seen a PP2000.
Yeah. So like, if you come over here and see like our internal one. Like,
Yes.
yeah, I looked into it as well. I was like, okay, is this right? And
Yes,
I
but
was
this-
really shocked by this bit here. I was like, no ways. Like,
No, but this is different because the way he did it it's very exaggerated.
yeah, it's exaggerated, so it's obvious that it's a like,
But yeah,
it's a molding seam.
like the problem here is because it's very, and I mean this is a positive thing. It looks very much like the real one because it's very sharp, but because it looks so sharp and you haven't exaggerated,
And because the gun is weird.
it looks like a seam because it's like here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just.
Who's
confused.
using the ASMR mic? Oh, this is both of us. So I can pick up the room.
Hello. Erotic intensified.
Hi, and welcome to the War Dog ASMR. I can't even take myself seriously. I actually really like ASMR, so...
With the 6, we don't have found the exact construction method of this gun. Oh no, you didn't.
What is the ugliest gun in existence? Oh, me and Ola were gonna talk about... I think like next time we do a gaming stream...
What he did nicely is he put in the valleys of the pattern dirt. But then this pattern isn't really popping because it's probably too dense or missing some roughness in between the pattern, which is so small that you probably will not catching it up.
Okay, so... K Den Bra Moment says, well, it's literally the ugliest gun in existence, and puts forward the TKP. And I have to admit, I'm a sucker for bullpups, and I actually kind of like that gun. And the reason for it is that it has like a really blocky, exposed like front barrel, right? I like slap a white material over that like garish brown.
This one I have seen.
And I reckon it's only like It's like when you see a junior artist put out a really like shoddy thumbnail, and then get like a senior concept artist to go in and design on top of it. It just needs that little bit of love, and that gun is so close to just being
No, this
sexy.
is just ugly.
Nah,
It's just ugly.
It could look great. Like it's got a great silhouette, like fantastic silhouette even. I love the forward sight.
OTS grows us granddaddy.
I want somebody to just like hire us to do like a sci-fi version of that gun. It's not like the PP2000. This thing is unsalvageable. It's just hideous.
I have to give you that this font looks like you copied it perfectly.
Yeah.
Probably just took it as a mask, but it looks clean.
Or
It's
his
nice.
favorite font is PP2000 font, and he uses it in all of his emails. That's what I'm going to start doing.
Okay, let me see other renders. Here it pulls me off a little bit that the roughness looks very similar to the other surface from the bolt. Like maybe it's the light, but looks strange. Also, you have some subtle height in your paint here, and it looks like the same density almost like your polymer, which I would change. I would do either the polymer a bit bigger, like the pattern, or rather this smaller. It just looks kinda similar, I feel like. Yeah, even in this render, it's looking even more. Nice dust and dirt on the bottom here, and in the valleys. Oh, I can see you have some milling here. That's a nice touch. And here you have also some nice milling. Here, I like. Maybe you should change the color a little bit in the font itself. Looks like the same. No, overall pretty cool, but it's a bit too. That's just my personal taste. It's too like went for realism and not bigger than life. Like I like to do it, like exaggerating.
Larger than life, just
this shit.
highlighting the things that are interesting.
Yeah. Which I miss here a bit, but that's again
Yeah,
just
I mean, it's a pretty solid model of a
My-
poorly chosen gun.
well, some people like it.
Those people are wrong.
Your paint roughness value here looks very nice. It's actually looks like you hit it.
Oh, you bully. Yeah.
Well, yeah, those edges look like a seam, but well, I literally don't believe on this gun anything anymore, so I probably have to look it up to not judge him wrongly, because you see, when I go here, you can actually see it's actually the edges looking fucking like seams.
Even the gun in real life looks poorly made.
Yes. That's people in that red circle. What? Are you kidding?
Pepe.
Now I have to take a look. I can't see people. Is there people? I can't see people. He did the switcheroo again. No. Yeah, nice. 15k trees. That's right. It's good. You can do that.
Yeah.
7 days modeling, 50 days texturing it. Sounds good. But yeah.
15 days texturing it. What?
Well, he got the mentoring from the 6, so it's usually this back and forth, back and forth, back and
okay.
forth. You work like 2 days, and then the 6 came in, and then he had to scrap everything again. Basically like Nemi.
Yeah. Nemi's talking to me on Discord right now.
But what drags me the most off is the pattern, and I miss a bit of something that pops out, like slaps my face.
Yeah, it's like base gun. It's just gun.
Like we
Make it your own.
the PP2000s, we did have like this cool yellowish metal here in the front, like on real references, that made it like pop so nicely. But yeah, something I would like to see that makes it pop a bit more.
Oh, chat.
Big boy.
Cool.
Okay. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
We haven't even got to the house with legs yet.
Let's see. We have Will Curry. What is the concept based on?
Oh, this is based on the Apex Legends gun.
I guess it's from a concept artist at Respawn, so yes. Oh yeah, now I see. It's looking like forgot the name. It's the weak pistol that no one wants to play.
Yeah, like I have to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of the concept. And mostly because it just looks like those cheap pistol airsoft breach kits that you get. Looks better on like rifles.
T2 said thanks for all the crits. Seems like you guys enjoyed. No pun intended.
I like it. More puns.
This.
There's a pretty nasty seam on the grip.
Well, it's not only the seam here, but it's stretching to the back. You always should make sure that, especially on your grip, you should have your UVs properly flattened.
Yeah. I feel like this is another one of those cases of like when you're kind of at this level and like learning more.
Good night,
about
Ecoplex.
Oh, good night. But learning to improve your skills with guns, again, I feel like it's more important to work from real life reference than concept. You won't learn as much working from concept.
Yeah.
Like I look at the things like that trigger guard, and I'm like, that's so chunky.
Yeah, it's the problem that when I made concepts myself.
You got me over your shoulder shitting on everything you do.
Yes. But no, that's not what I mean. It's when you have a cool shape, but then you realize that your internal shapes, so your surface shapes, are crap because you don't have thickness, depth, anything. It's just a flat shape.
The gun looks great from the side. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, this is always an issue. Like we struggle with this, like with some concepts as well. They look fantastic from the side view, and then as soon as you see them in 3D space, you're like, oh, it doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
And this trigger guard's a good example of this, where in the concept it looks like it's flat, right? And then you see it like this, and it's like this big, wide, chunky thing. Dory's like, that sounds familiar to me, haha. Yeah, so it looks like it's all on the same plane. And actually, okay, so here's the thing. If you actually look at the concept at an angle at the bottom there, it shows it a lot thinner than what it actually is. So the concept is wrong.
I see a big issue in the concept is actually not very clear.
Yeah.
The problem is that in the concept, this is on the same height as the slide. But if you look from the front, it looks like this is thinner than your slide because it goes in the back very thin. So you kind of translate it correctly, but
no, it's
the problem of the concept.
And this isn't me like criticizing or shitting on another concept artist. It's more that when you're a 3D artist, you have to pick and choose what parts of the concept that you're going to modify. And when you're modifying concept, you really need to come at it from a position of understanding what the gun is.
Yeah. Also,
again, it's another
this
Glock.
detail. This is just a gun nerdy thing. This detail, which is also here, shows that the concept artist was just looking for cool shapes, but not for what is actually correct. Because this is usually on 1911s on the right side of the mag release.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't make any sense to be there, but that's just some side note. What I would have done here is this edge, I would have beveled it a little bit, so it's like this thick, just to get a contrast to all the hard angles that you have. Okay, it's like light, you see. Then your resolution seems very low, because I can see a lot of seams. It looks overall very low res, so for next time I would just go for a higher resolution. I am... Oh, yeah, okay, well, what? It's a 4K texture. Then maybe you have way too many back faces on a very high scale, so that your other details don't get much of this 4K, because if this is 4K, it should look a lot different, like in the density of your texture at your bakes.
This is, yeah, it's actually 4K.
Yeah, then it might be that you have, like, and the ones before, if you have been there to listen to, when people have a lot of back faces inside that are never seen, you can delete those because no one will ever see them.
Yeah.
And it will save you a lot of UV space.
8K, let's do it. Yeah.
Yes. And yeah, it's just
Let's do it.
the problem when working with all this sharp angles everywhere and your width of the edges is everywhere the same. I would always try to break them a little bit up by adding some thicker bevel in the edges, somewhere like here or here. Poppy UVs. And if you have this kind of stuff, which should show in the missive with like a display and the UI, I would still make it emissive if you don't want to make the UI, just so people know this is supposed to display, because at the moment it just looks like this is metal or this is metal.
Yeah, it just looks kind of strange with the design as well, because it's metal on metal. It's this big blank area, and all the way along the rest of like the slide is basically like this indentation. Like they've taken the patternation at the back of the gun and continued it all the way along, and it's just got noisy, and it just highlights the fact that there's a big nothing there at the back. So yeah. It's one of those things I would have taken a bit more creative liberty with it over the concept and done something that you think would fill in that gap nicely.
Yeah. Also, you can add more polygons. Like you have your screws extremely high dense, like they are white.
That is so high density.
Bring them down, or bring them way more down, like this kind of density, and bring up your outer silhouette way higher. This is the place to put your thumb if you don't want them anymore. Where? Like this. Also, you can higher resolution in the first person area a little bit, so that screws, and like screws, for example, in first person area, you can higher those UV islands just so they appear way more crisp when doing ADS, aimed on the side. Oh, yeah, you don't want to put your finger on it. Your high poly, you got some pinching going on. Be careful with these. And I guess, yeah, same as before, try to copy more real guns before you go for sci-fi and concepted guns, because it's always very useful to have a basic understanding of weapons before trying to model concepts.
Yeah, especially if there's only an orthographic.
Yeah.
Like Linus right now, he's working on actually. He's working on the gun from. Shit. Hellboy, and obviously, like, it's not a real gun, but he has the benefit of being able to find a reference that's not just like flat orthographic, and it really shows in the quality of the modeling what you get from the outcome.
Yeah.
Especially when you're more when you're a more experienced artist as well, and you can start making these design decisions yourself. I would definitely say design is something that you need to learn separately to your modeling skills.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I would say it's, unless you just want to make real guns all the time. But even then, I mean,
that's the majority of weapon artists.
Yeah, but a lot of a lot of the stuff that we've looked at today have shown people that are interpreting concepts or trying to do their own design work, and where they're falling flat is with the knowledge of actual guns.
Yeah, this one is nice.
Yeah, I like this one.
This one is too low res. You're made in Croatia.
I like the muzzle brake on this one.
Yeah, the texture density is too low here. When you have fonts, you should always make sure they're keeping up. Like here, it keeps nicely up. I would, this part, give it a different color hue. Like make it a little bit darker, for example, so it's separating a bit from this, but not too strong, so it's not looking like a completely different part. Like... Okay, let me actually see.
Wilton wrote, thank you so much for the feedback, means a lot. I've wrote it all down in notes, gonna head to sleep now. Look forward to watching the VOD whenever it's posted.
Nice. Great to hear
Yeah,
that you liked it.
as long as
So
it's useful.
let's just do this in here. Yes, seeing me opening Photoshop. Something you only see once in 1,000 years.
That's true, actually. I never see you with Photoshop. Or a ZBrush.
Yes. Yeah, so if you look at this, literally just changing the hue a little bit of this makes it way more separated and interesting than just having it flat. And it doesn't let it look like a complete separate piece. Obviously you have to try a little bit around with it. Yeah, I artistically I like what you did with the colors here.
Yeah.
Just feel like maybe they are a little bit too strong.
I actually really like that.
Yeah, but
I know,
the
it is a
rest feels bit
stylization
like-
though, isn't it? This is where it gets into the realms of...
Yeah, but you can still make it a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
Like, it appears to be very strong, the red, at the moment to me.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one of my favorites. I like this one.
Here you have nice separation of your polymer pattern to your normal polymer. Oh, I like this, where you can on your ball the writing through the holes. That's a cool detail. Nice milling. Your magazine is a bit too simple for my taste, like texturing, while everything else is so exaggerated and fancy and nice. This one is a bit boring at the moment. Yeah, this is a nice render.
Oh, I like this render a lot. Yeah, really nice.
This was also a cool one. I've seen these before. Wait. Did you actually painted the hands from Eugene also reddish? So it
Maybe it's
fits.
got color grading.
Either way, very interesting. You have nice soft edges. Very nice.
Yeah, this is it's hard to give feedback on this one. It's just please rate my work.
I'm jealous. Well,
Yeah. 10 out of 10 would rate again.
this screws.
Give you a little follow on that stage.
Martino. Here, your front of the barrel looks a bit dense. I would probably go and make it a little bit down. No, overall, pretty solid. Maybe here in your pattern would have added a little bit of dirt or greasy granulation, something. And again, maybe a bit too much red for my taste in the metal. But
You just can't let that go. That's like your only feedback on this one, really. It's like, a bit too much red in the metal.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I also gave other feedback.
Yeah,
I
that's
gave
true.
this and you pictured it in Photoshop.
I think in general we like this one. We should probably move on to another one.
But he wants to improve, so I have to, you know.
You're like, I have to find things I dislike to improve.
Exactly. No, but
Could have better wear on the peaks of the grip, like.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh, also your writing, I would. Where can I see it again? Yeah, for me it doesn't. I don't know how to say it. Doesn't pop for me.
I really want to make some better hands. I hate this one.
But no, very nice overall.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this one.
You dislike it wasn't shown sooner. Well, I have seen it before the stream, so because I was talking with him.
So next one.
I already did. Ethan,
I paste.
Auto Ordnance Corporation, Bridgeport, Connecticut, USA. Your wood is too clean.
Yeah, the grain is not exactly following natural wood pattern. I don't know, it's a bit weird. I need to hang on. Need to open this one up.
You have too much blur going on. And way too visible fingerprints. I think you have some hard edges, not as seams. Also the shape, I think is not like this. I don't remember completely, but I don't think so. I also feel like it's missing a lot of variation, color-wise and roughness-wise in the wood. It looks a little bit like I think it's the standard wood smart material you can use, and should get a little bit more love, like close to the metals, make it darker, give it some gradients. Yeah, make sure that your hard edges having hard edges like actually get split there. Yeah, it looks like floating. I don't know, it's through the screw maybe? Yeah, you overdone, like, your blur is super weird. Like, I have no idea what's going on, why it's blurring into the gun.
Oh, that's really weird. Like, is that a
Oh,
marmoset fucked
Colin,
up?
my friend. What? No, I think it's from
Colin.
Photoshop.
Oh.
And yeah, way too much fingerprints everywhere. And it looks way too noisy, like the way you have on.
This person also has
Can I
really
get the-
small fingers.
I'm getting to the shop.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Like,
Can you
tiny
get your
little
card?
fingers.
Jake asked for it.
You go to the shop?
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Yeah, lost.
Looks a bit like big seams.
You need a bit?
She didn't need to
Make sure
chip
you
and
don't.
pin, just use it against
Yeah,
the loopy thing.
I
He
tried
complains every
Yeah, I
now and
rushed my
again.
Photoshop big time.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you have some weird blur going on everywhere, like here again. But yeah, overall, like, here's a good picture for showing it. I would go for more gradients from the metal to the end of the wood,
Okay.
making it darker, adding some imperfections that would usually have.
Where am I shoe?
Again, this is...
And yeah, your metal feels a bit way too noisy at the moment. Oh, and if you do this kind of renders, you have to show a floor. If it's literally floating but sitting on something,
yeah, like
it's
with
very
the background.
confusing. Also, it looks a bit stubby.
Stubby.
The shape is off, and your material has way too much height for a bullet. It should be way more flat.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider how small these are to really, like, take consideration for the detail on the bullet.
You have here many loops that you can just delete, like those ones. You don't do anything to your silhouette. You can literally just delete them. Same goes for here. Delete those.
Delete gun,
Delete this.
delete Twitch.
And merge those here in the middle, like doing this. Yeah, those should all go like here. instead of many. Just like this. Why are there max and COD? Yeah, Boran is the scans for the character arts. I showed them before, like in an older Call of Duty game. Okay, yeah. In general, I would keep more attention to spending more time into looking at references and copying the stuff a little bit more. The moment it looks a little bit more like you used too many smart materials, which many artists in the beginning tend to, but should just start to try making your own materials from scratch to also understand how they are built and how you can improve them.
I was waiting for a comment from Dory there.
What?
When it came to like learning to build your own materials.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roberto.
Oh, an axe. Ooh, okay.
Toro, where are you? Toro, give feedback, Toro.
Nah, it's fine. I'm here to shit all over this one instead. Nah, that's fine. I mean, okay, so like the first thing, again, the wood, basically everything that was said before. I mean, this one's obviously a lot better, but could still use a lot of work. I know you've worked from concept from this, but something that really annoys those rings in the blade. Like, what are they for? So like obviously the blade has a lot of like scuffs and scratches, I guess, from use. But then it's got these little stupid rings in them. So decorative axe. The blades might have marriage rights too.
I mean, it's just a visual thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that always looks nice in concept, and if it's something like a ceremonial axe or like a decorative axe, you know, these things are often fine, but then you kind of have to take that into account with your model as well, so like, adding all these scratches along the blade's edge to show use and wear are sort of redundant when, like, the blade itself isn't functional. The leather looks really nice, so like nice and greased it. Yeah, it actually looks like a stone axe in the concept. Like that doesn't look like metal. Yeah. Also, like again, there's a lot more detailing in the concept. Like there was a lot of opportunity here for some really nice engraving. Like the designs that the concept has for the engraving is like really nice, and it would have been cool if you incorporated that into the 3D model as well. Don't know if there's any reason why you didn't.
Also, what I like here is the leather starts here and goes up to here, while here it starts already on the bottom. So,
yeah,
like I like that here is more wood, and here is not so much wood, and the leather is going like this way.
yeah, it does make sense. Like, I guess the bands of leather are quite small for what it is. Like grip leather, would expect it to be a bit like wider. I think this is one of those cases where you haven't followed the concept as well as you could have. Like there's some really nice elements in the concept that have kind of been forgotten about. Kind of wish you'd forgotten about those rings though. Not the biggest fan. But yeah, I think like for me, if I'd modeled this, I would have made it a stone axe. It looks like stone. It doesn't look like metal.
What is a bit confusing to me is the leather. How he made it is not as like layers. He just cut it into them. So
Yeah.
I would have tried to replicating more of a grip, I guess.
Yeah.
And
I mean, wraps are hard to do. I mean, there's different ways.
I know they are hard to do. I'm just saying, like, to improve it, I would just try it.
Yeah.
Also, I really like the white.
Yeah, I
thing
like that
that
too. And
goes here.
the draping is really nice. That could have been something that's
If you use Blender, there's not easy, but there's an easier way to try to simulate this kind of fall off for this kind of stuff. So you could have tried that.
That's the thing. Never be afraid of tackling the things that look hard, or learning a new tool. Like simulation, I think is becoming more and more important in a lot of people's workflows. And there was a missed opportunity here
But also, I would have got rid of those chains you have here and just leave the red, because at the moment the chain's covering off the red a lot, and the red can't shine, even though it should, because it's like a very nice contrast.
The 6 says, "Hey Jade, what's the best way to approach tape around an object? I can't think of anything since it's a single strip, not a loop, and overlaps itself." So, like Ola said, I've seen like Blender has like some really cool tools for tackling things like this. I think the last time I did wraps around something was one of the Godfall swords. I wonder, actually I could probably show it now. Let me see if I can find the Marvelous Designer file. Sorry, I'm eating mango.
Well, we
No,
can't show that.
No, I can't, but I can chuck it to you. No, I can't find it anyway.
I don't have Marbles installed.
No, I would have given you a screenshot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, like I like to simulate these things. So I would have literally just done this in Marvelous Designer and brought it into ZBrush. Actually, I think on our art station is one of them. I think it was the Dragon Sword that was done. But I'm not. I think it's the. Hold on, let me find it.
No.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. The mud render.
Yeah, go down. Okay, so those wraps there, they were done in Marvelous Designer and brought into ZBrush. So, I guess what I like about doing it this way is that you also, when you simulate something, you also get this like nice consistent width. And it's not easy. I mean, yeah, you can work with like splines and other things and then some simulation with it. I'm not sold on a specific way of doing this. And I'm always open to trying like new ways of working with fabrics, depending on the use case. But that's the thing. I think it's worth exploring, especially for like weapons artists. It's always useful to try like new tools, especially because more simulation is being added to stuff. Polymodeling, it would be the best, right? Ha 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 ha. No.
Well, when we go on, no, actually it's on my. Polymodeling. Speaking of. This was done in polymodeling.
Yeah, because you wouldn't let me do it. Actually, no, I didn't have any time to do it.
Yes. Yeah, this was done just by pulling vertices.
You could have done that so easy in ZBrush.
Yeah, I did it in polymodeling.
I should have done it in Z-spheres is how I would have done
I
it.
am absolutely mad, I know. I have the patience of an holy, how you call them? Saint. Patient of a saint.
It's like, what was the last fabric for a gun? I think it was for Linus's cover. Pull that one up. I think it's probably a better example
What do you mean?
of like fabrics.
I don't know where all of this.
On Linus's account, it's the sniper rifle that was never posted here.
What do you want to show?
The cover.
What? Sure.
Because I built that one too.
But I'm not sure what you mean about the covering.
So scoot. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, this is the kind of thing that a lot of people, I think, would polymodel. Because it looks really simple, right? It was just a tube. But actually, this was simulated. And even then, the quality that we got out of the simulation didn't have, like, those nice... You get, like, these wonderful little imperfections that you don't get through sculpting with, like, alphas and stuff like that. So, like, the base of it was done through simulation, and then it still had to go through, like, an hour or so of, like, adding more imperfections, and actually looking a lot at PhotoRef to get it this far. And this is something that's really, really simple. But just, like... I think a lot of people overlook fabrics and guns to the same quality that they look at, like, metalware. It's a shame.
Yeah. Well, because they don't have... It's just not as easy for someone who has never done it.
No, but it's something to learn, huh?
Arguable. I would just...
It's worth learning, like, even for things like gun straps, and I love, like, little clips and...
Just throwing it at people like you.
Yeah, or just throw it at people like me.
But yeah, no, for the X, I would try to look more at references, real ones, and your concept a bit more, because on the concept you have some difference. Like here's the nice cage, which you're missing, you put a leather thing here, which is, I think, pretty realistic because they tried to do this so it's not slipping too much.
Yeah, like-
But
But then this
Yeah.
would be like riveted in, right? It would have,
yeah,
so we wouldn't necessarily need that. And and also the thing about that as well is it's actually unrealistic because it would wear away. I don't know. I think this one should have been stone. I think you should have paid just a little bit more attention to like the material call out in the concept. And it was a bit of a missed opportunity not to put in more of the detail in the blade because you've kind of kept a lot of the silhouette, but then the material choices that you've chosen that affect obviously how you make it, I don't think are as good as they could be.
let's go for Marcos.
Moving on. Ola's like, let's get to a gun.
Yes.
Oh, I recognise this one.
Yes.
Is that all you have to say?
Well, no, the first picture is just... The problem is that it's so dark, lighted, that
Yeah.
I can't tell anything. So I'm just going for the next one. But, like, it looks cool.
The 6 oddly looks like the Kalashnikov shotgun.
Yeah, it
No,
looks
no.
oddly like the Kalashnikov shotgun.
No comment.
No, actually, the 6... I don't know if you... I guess.
I think he's referencing exactly what
I
we're
hope
thinking
he
of.
does. Otherwise it would be even more funny.
And I'm not one to draw attention to drama.
Tell me more,
so-
Ola. If you ask like this, you know about this lore case thingy.
Kalashnikov stole the concept. I mean,
Don't let us open this discussion.
yeah, I don't want to talk about this because no matter what I say, someone will end up hating me. So
No. So I have to still go for it. In my humble opinion, if you look at this shotgun and you look at this shotgun, is there a side view? Or do I have to really bring up Alex once? Oh, it's not even Alex once. I don't even know who it made. Oh, it was with Alex, like in the team. Exactly. So if I look at this one and I look at this one, I can see when people say they see some similarity at like something, but to me it's far from being the same. Like far.
I think it's one of those cases of coincidence as well because like gun manufacturing takes like years in development, and I just.
No, what I mean is like the grip. Let's look at this.
I mean,
like
it's a stock
going-
that's like
No,
the
but what I
biggest
also mean is,
core
like,
question, but
goes
it's
like-
it's a modern take on a very traditional shape.
Yeah, but it also goes like straight in the back there. Then you go here, it goes actually down. Angled. Like the angle is already completely different.
Yeah.
Then-
Also, the way that it's docked into the stock as well.
Then
The
you-
interior detail is very different.
Yeah, and then you have this area. Here in the ADS basically.
Yeah.
It's completely different in the rear one.
Yeah, like I know they think that like Kalashnikov stole the design. I personally don't believe that's the case, and definitely in the presentation of like the white one in particular, it looks like it. But like, how common is like white materials on modern shotguns? I happen to think that the new Kalashnikov.
No, and also the
rifle is
front
amazing.
is like
Yeah, completely different.
it's like they look similar because it's a shotgun shape. Like
Yeah.
I actually don't see, in my personal opinion, any law issue. But
Me either.
I'm also not the designer of shotgun and might feel offended by someone who copies it, and he might have valid points that I don't see because I haven't made it. So
No, but okay, so from like my perspective, looking at everything from the silhouette to the way the interior detail is handled, it's a sci-fi shotgun, and then compared to like a practical contemporary modern gun, and yes, there are similarities, but that's because there are similarities across most contemporary shotgun designs.
anyway, for this one,
Yeah, for this one.
which is the asset, the game model for it, and not the concept. So let's focus on the concept.
Yeah, let's focus on the actual model. Yeah.
What I was thinking when I saw this and the concept was like, why do I need this game model if I have this? Just as in, this looks like so clean that it could be a concept.
Yeah.
So I'm missing here a bit that, not dirty, but I don't know. Yeah,
It
some
looks
hues.
like one of those
It's a
clean
bit too-
fusion renders, like
yeah,
in Keyshot
it
or
looks
something.
a bit too clean for me.
Yeah.
Like the muscle actually gets some nice variation going on. Like here's some red, then I have some white, more white parts, and here's some more white again and some black spots. But then when I go for the polymer, for example, it feels a little bit like not simple, but like
It's like a product
just-
render, isn't it?
yeah, looks like a
Yeah.
product render instead of. I mean, if that's what they want to achieve, it's nailed. But I just think from what I heard about this is it's for a game project, kinda. So I was just expecting to see a little bit more of something in that direction.
Yeah. Like this looks like it's been rendered in Marmoset, but to me, if they were going for like the full product shot of a like gun, then it should have been Keyshot maybe, and maybe just of the high poly.
No, because that's why they have the high poly also. This is for the game. But something, and I know I mean, but if we look in this area, you probably baked without triangulation on, and that's why your shading here gets off.
Yeah.
And here it's the same. You have the shading here and you have wrong shading here. And I would assume because everywhere else the shading is good except here. So like in this area, if actually going on a lot of weird shading. Might have not exported this as triangulated and baked it. I like this detail, but yeah, it's not the concept. Oops. I like
I like the
subtle-
cartridge, like the shotgun shell being like a battery. This is something we explored with one of our concepts as well. The idea of having like battery or fuses as like shotgun cartridges. It's a cool idea. I like to see it explored.
I think you have butterfly effect here. Like it looks at least a little bit like it goes in this both directions. Not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just the pattern.
Butterfly effect?
Butterfly is when you cut it in the middle, the UVs, and then you draw on the seam like something, and it goes to both sides the same. You know what I mean?
Is that what it's called? Because to
Yeah.
me, the butterfly effect is like...
Yeah, no, but you call this the butterfly effect in game.
Oh, okay. Actually, I've not heard that.
Yeah, it's
But yeah.
because you have the UV mirrored, and then you paint something there, and it appears on the seam the same, so it's literally like a butterfly.
Okay, I'm going to make a proposal here. Because there is already a term called the butterfly effect, and for those who don't know, it's like a chaos theory, like, terminology. Can we call it the moth effect in
No,
gaming?
we'll call
Oh,
it butterfly effect.
God damn it.
And I'll press attention to the next one. Thanks for feedback. Learning that. No worries. You're welcome. Here's some very nice roughness variation going on in the bottom. What you did very nicely is, even though you have not much wear, you have tried to get some nice different materials going on, and also some nice highlighted materials. I feel like this material here should have been a bit more strongly different from your probably most people who work for gun manufacturers are not actually good.
Sort of CAD and Fusion. Oh, I like this render a lot, actually.
Yeah, but here I can see the same problem, that this material looks way too similar to this in color and roughness.
I feel like everything that you're showing is like really high contrast as well.
Yeah, I like high contrasts.
I generally do too, but I find like in this case it's too dark for high contrast. Like really harsh lighting.
But no,
Zoomy.
overall, it's a very nice one.
Yeah, I like this gun. I really like the muzzle on this
yeah,
one.
I just miss a little bit of adding some more personality, so to say, with
Yeah.
color variation maybe. I like color noise, some like grunge.
To me, this one feels a lot like a concept gun. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit more uniqueness. That's very true. This is like, I don't see that a human ever used this. It looks like it laid around for like ages and no one.
Still in the shop.
And here I can see that you actually didn't put enough edges. It looks low. Whereas here, put more. No, yeah, but overall very nice. Just try to put next time just more cool little details in.
Yeah. It's a shame that the quality of this gun is actually, like, for the design, it's been kind of overshadowed by the drama regarding, like, the Kalashnikov stuff.
It's
a
funny
bit of
that
a shame.
everyone knows it, basically.
Yeah, this is the conversation that everybody ends up having about it, rather than actually talking about the actual like cool elements of the design itself. Is that text back to front?
What? Oh! Oh!
Oh!
You have it mirrored.
Mirrored
Yes.
text. Doesn't look good.
Don't do this.
Yeah.
I had to write someone back. Yes. Yeah, it actually is mirrored. You fucked up. So make sure don't do this. Don't mirror your islands if it then with text.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see next one. It's the one you wanted to see, Jade.
Yes.
Yeah, you could have added a decal, or you have just not mirrored this one island. There's some ways. Usually nowadays you try to not to mirror too much anyway. So, yeah. So Jay, what do you have to say to this? Because
I love this. It's like, like I know some of the Baba Yaga like folklore stuff, and let's just say a lot of it is open to interpretation, and this is pretty good. I like this. I think it could have been a little bit more spookier. Like, I'm not going to speak too much to the quality of the modeling. I think it's obvious that you're learning Blender and hard surface. But like the concept, the idea, like only bested tonight by machine gun and a trolley. The addition of the fireflies is nice as well. I'm surprised this was hand painted in Blender. Like, it's funny, I'm not a hand painting artist myself.
I
do
have
appreciate
to agree on one thing first.
Mhm.
I have to give the person that Ekaterina, so she, I guess, painted an opacity on the corners, so it actually has not like a harsh edge.
Yep, I love
This
that.
is very nice.
Very, very nice. Actually, that's the only time I've made something hard surf, not hard surf, hand painted.
That was pretty cool. I have to say, from distance, it looks a lot weaker than when you actually look at the hand painting, because the hand painting looks actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like it. It's nicely done.
Yeah, it could have actually looked a lot better with better rendering.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like
They got little feathers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. Yeah. So you know, I truly believe that like the difference between good art and bad art is the ability to elicit a positive response.
oh,
and this
little chickens.
yeah, this one definitely
Nice
got a
detail.
positive response from me.
Yeah, gotta respect the hustle of all that hand painting.
Yeah, like one of our new interns, Tyler, he is really good at this hand-painted stuff, and like I do appreciate the amount of work that has to go into it, because it's not like you can get away with using like generators and slapping on materials and stuff like that. It's, you know, it's time-consuming. I think that you could have got a lot, like, given the style of it, simplified a lot of the detail in it. Hand-painted stuff often looks nicer, simpler, but yeah, I like this one. I just like the idea, and I definitely encourage you, if you enjoyed building this, then you should definitely try and make more. Fuck it, animate it. I want to see this thing walking around.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's just I definitely believe that like there's a space in this world for more creative works. It's funny, like obviously coming from a studio like ours, where we're like, yes, make guns super detailed, yes, but like when I see stuff like this, I find it like refreshes the creative palette.
Any riggers volunteering? Wait, I have seen this before, and I think I have seen someone giving feedback to it before. But I'm not sure anymore.
I mean,
Martin.
my first response to it would be the screen. It's like one of those like LCD like no shit. What's the name of them? Like what calculators have and old pages used to have.
I don't know how it's called, but
Yeah, I forget what it's called as well. But it would be like a little bit more faded than that. Like it's like he's got a true black. and they never show up as true black.
No, but also what I like usually on them, what is not seen here, when you can from different angles see this.
Oh, it's got like a sheen on it, doesn't it? And it's got discoloration.
No, what I mean is you can actually see all the lines from a different angle.
Yeah.
That are not turned on. You can still see
you're
them.
Right.
I would have loved to see this actually.
Yeah, I think like a little bit more love on the screen. Like the rest of it at a glance, I mean, obviously.
I mean, you can't make much.
Yeah.
I mean, no, you can make a lot of things wrong with materials. What I just mean is, it's a solid polymer material and looks good. I would have changed this again to a different hue value, just a little bit, just to break it up.
Yeah, I like actually the go button. Like the material on that is very nice. It has that sort, that rubbery plastic that you get on things. I look at that and go, that's like I wouldn't change anything about that. Even like the paint on it is. It's just like one of those small, and because it's the only thing that's got colour on it as well, it's obviously very highlighted, and it's just really nice material on that little white tint around. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, some nice.
Got a little bit of subsurface scattering.
Thumbs. I mean, what?
A little bit of subsurface scattering on that old cheap rubber. Also looks good. I know it's like overkill for stuff like this, but I'm like, a bit subsurface on some
yes,
rubber.
give me subsurface scattering everywhere.
You wouldn't believe, like, there was like 4 layers of subsurface scattering on that banana that I rendered. It's beautiful.
No, but I think everything is very solid on this. I mean,
yeah.
Just different hue, that's it.
Yeah, the dirt's I mean, again, it's really nice to see, like, something that's so benign as a little timer made to, like, hero prop quality.
And then, the display would have made maybe... How are they called? LCD display is not
it's
great.
like LCD. Yeah, it's not an LCD, is it? It's like another type of screen. Dora, I think that's what he's done. He's, like, hand-painted that white, off-green tint on the edges.
How do you call this thing to calculator?
Yeah, calculator.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it could have a little bit of SSS wouldn't go amiss.
Okay, like this one, where you can still see the background. I mean, I know this is just a mock-up, but on the real ones, you can also see those very slightly in different angles. Like here, the stream might won't show it very nice, but you can still see it here. And I would have probably liked to see that a bit, just because it's interesting. Makes it more interesting, I guess. Well, overall, very nice.
Yeah, nice asset.
Yes.
Good attention to detail. Moving on?
Yes. Oh, it's unlisted.
Skip. Oh, an unlisted one. Yeah. Secrets!
You put a charm. 10 out of 10.
I love that. It's like the most awkward charm as well. Like,
yes.
It's so big and blocky. Should have been a banana. You never used my banana charm. That should be said.
No, I never.
Yeah.
The tape is pretty good.
Nah.
No,
it's not tight enough. It looks like it's kind of floating above it.
No, but that makes it look cool. If it makes it just tight as the real one.
Seaweed wrapped around it.
It should be
the edge
thinner.
the edges should be.
Well, it should be thinner, but
splayed.
Should be, and the edges especially should be way thinner.
I've got strong opinions on this one, because a couple of years ago I made a tape like this, and I know it is difficult.
Probably even baking it instead of making a model for it, because then it looks more attached. It
should have been baked, because tape like this is actually very, very
very thin.
flat. And when it's not tight, the folds in it, because of the lining on the inside, it's got the fabric inside of it. When it does fold, it's like very harsh folds. Fucking duct tape. Kim, can you pass me a bottle of Coke, please?
I'm not a too big fan of the steel material though.
I'm not a big fan of the render. That first render has like it's like a little bit blurry.
Yeah, it looks very blurry for some reason.
Yeah, so it's hard to pick out your. How would you unwrap that super tiny tape edge so it catch more than one pixel in the picture?
Happy days.
Oh, thank you.
Some things. Alcohol is not good. Don't get into bad habits, people.
Don't drink. Drinking is bad.
Oh, I should have got a beer. Oh.
Yes, I'm also surprised we made it through all.
Yeah, me too.
How would you unwrap that super tiny tape edge so it does catch more than 1 pixel on the texture actually? Well, that's why I said I would literally just bake it instead of actually having geo for it.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, Marcos, and we definitely will do them regularly, like we did last week, Saturday one. We will do definitely next Saturday one. We're gonna try to do it on Thursdays. It's just depending on how busy we are. That's
we're
why
really busy.
last 2 times we couldn't stream, but we're trying.
Yeah,
but definitely every Saturday.
Well, not next Saturday because I'm on holiday.
Yes. Well, I can maybe
You can
still
stream
do something, but we will see.
Yeah. Yeah, when we don't have anything artsy to stream, or we're not doing like reviews like this, and what we'll likely do is play games or something. But yeah, it also depends on how much work we have to do, because me and all are obviously very busy people. So like Thursdays, we'll probably do something a bit shorter.
Also, this strap around, the
obviously.
cable strap thingy, should be thinner. Looks very thick.
Cable tie. Looks
Cable
really,
tie,
really
yeah.
thick. I think the detailing on it's wrong. Hang on, I've got a cable tie here.
Thanks, T2.
Yeah.
T2. I will call it T2. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, we will try to make some more formats and game nights, chat nights, all this kind of stuff. We will see what people like, what they don't like.
Then we'll just stop being an outsourced studio and we'll just sit and stream, and that's how we make our millions.
No. I like to just keep it 1 to 2 times a week.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what are people like hyped for, you know? If it's every day, it gets like cheap production, you know?
You end up with just me sitting modelling Jar Jar for 6 months.
Exactly. Okay, I will call you Tito. I like that he on this part actually put some wrinkly stuff, so it looks not so
really
flat.
nice. I actually like the degree of customization in this one as well. Like, this one speaks to me a lot with like the aesthetic choices that you've made. Like the tape, even though the tape doesn't do anything and it doesn't look like it has an edge, so it's just 2 bands. But I like the idea of it. I mean, you can get grip tape and stuff like that for guns. Maybe choosing something more appropriate would have been good. I'm a sucker for cable ties. Maybe making them a little less regular, because they're like perfectly aligned, and cable ties don't do that.
I don't know why it looks washed out.
Yeah,
it's super weird. Maybe it's
the render.
Yeah, I have to treat it because here it looks more clean.
I think it looks like he's using just like
I know this
HDRIs.
Material. I know this material.
Oh, we recognize this.
I know this material. No, I think this guy has some nice potential. It's just that it feels a bit like he's still very green when it comes to texturing. And I see he has a lot more artistic good choices than so far like texturing skill, for example, or the modeling also feels a bit rough on the he should get softer edges. He should.
What's this rendered in marmoset?
I have no idea. It doesn't state anything, so I can't tell. And add more.
There's other stuff.
Look at more like references, because for example this material here, whatever it is, I don't know if it's wood, plastic, or anything. That's the problem. I can't tell. It looks like plastic.
Oh, he made a perspective.
But yeah, I can't tell.
Oh, his portfolio is just 2 guns. This one unlisted and a sword.
Yeah. And I saw like the shotgun.
Just noticed he's Dutch and be looking for an internship at some point.
But yeah, what I would do in your case, I would try to look more at references for the materials, because it looks a bit like rock or like
it's kind of
concrete
stony
instead of.
It's because you've got like a cloudiness to it.
Yeah, it looks very cloudy and it looks very rough. Swim over the canal, giant water.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We're living in a fortress now. Brexit in 35 days.
Yeah, Ola found the countdown timer on the government website. So are you
Actually,
it's going to be like the countdown to Christmas, but it's a countdown to Brexit. You can get yourself like a little advent calendar that's just like counting the days to Brexit.
29 days to Brexit. Oh, I got a gift.
I reckon you're just looking forward
It's
to
a
Brexit
spirit.
because that's when you can invade. Like, while we're still part of the European Union, you can't technically colonize us.
All right.
Welcome, Jekyll versus Zen.
Jekyll's...
Or Sven. Jekyll Sven.
Yeah, get colonists.
Gay colonisiert.
What's wrong with getting colonized for a change? You guys call it...
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
you forget that we're in Scotland.
No, it's alright.
We're not colonisers. The only reason Scotland is in a union with England is because we went bankrupt with our only colony. Like, it was in the Bahamas or something. We failed so hard, we ran out of money and had to, like,
Scotland
accept
forever.
the union. Yeah, we're not colonisers. We're,
Oh, a chappy.
we just want to... We literally built a wall.
Oof.
Well, Romans built a wall to keep
That
it.
dude actually did
Oh,
everything in
chappy!
Sapi. All in
Let's go.
Sapi. Ah, poor guy.
Yeah, what the fuck? Still, I applaud. This is a student as well. Holy shit, the amount of time. Where did you find the time to build this? Yeah, I need to, hang on, I need to open this one up on my computer as well. Because
Oh, this has something
like,
that's interesting.
most people know I am a massive fan of, like, the Pat Labor, like, mech aesthetic that's in this movie.
Oh, you did some... Yeah, no, overall. Pretty good something.
Yeah.
You have one problem though. First, your edges are way too sharp. Like, I can see here that you have very sharp edges going on in some places. Which in sub D is sometimes hard to not. But I would say try to get your edges softer. And also don't forget to shade your stuff, because I can see down here that this is not shaded.
What happened with... Is this rendered in Keyshot? Because... No, it's rendered in Arnold. Ah. Because, yeah, he never finished his rendering, and if on the image of him holding the Coke can, it's still all pixelated on the hand, because the render never finished.
Well, KD, that's a challenge. When you have just a picture that is not very detailed of something, and you have to invent a lot of stuff, figuring out from real mechanics how they work, and then
Actually, because I watched a lot of documentaries about this film, because I love it, mechanical design. Like, actually, every single working part in, like, the Chappie model works, and is weighted perfectly. Like, Weta Workshop built, like, 500 of these fuckers to get this thing mechanically correct, and sound to its weighting. So actually, all the mechanics in this model, if they follow the mechanics of the actual Chappie model, and all this information is out there about how it was built and all the mechanics of it, then it's all real working mechanics. I think it's awesome. I love Weta Workshop. Their attention to detail is just insane.
yeah, he's a character
artist.
Yes.
Still
So
impressive for a character artist to sit and endure this.
I would say your biggest issue on this would be too hard edges on some places, and
It's not baked though, is it?
no, probably not.
No, it's
but
done in Arnold, so it's probably...
we are game guys.
Yeah.
Well, if it's for a movie, then
Then...
you should still make some of the edges softer, like
Yeah.
here it's too sharp. Because even in movie, there's light hitting them, and when it's way too sharp, it might look super realistic, but it also looks very flat. And
Yeah, it doesn't read
uninteresting.
well.
Yeah, it doesn't read well, exactly. And the second weak point I would say is, but this is, if it's for movie, it would be fine, because movie cares less about it. It looks very noisy in the textures, which in film is less an issue than in games, where you see it way more predominant on the screen. Like when you have a lot of screen time, then also it's more important. But if it's just like a side character, it's not as important.
No, I do think that like he's gone a little bit too hard in with the textures. Like if I go look at Chappie, I know it's quite a noisy design.
Oh no, it's not that noisy. I know, like the real
But-
one. I'm just talking about when I go through his video here. Like where was it? No. Yeah, here. I feel like, for example, what's going on here, it looks too random to me.
Yeah.
like this one is like a great addition to tell the story, like this bullet impact thingy. But I feel like some of the dirt needs also some more.
I actually
more
feel like
rust.
the bullet impact isn't correct either, because it looks like it's got like it's like melting. It doesn't look like it has layering, like the metal split.
For games, it depends on the game. Like some ones are sharper, some ones are softer. It depends also on the resolution. But a key rule for me is always, you know, when you zoom out, and let's do some different ones. So when you zoom out, what you want is that your edges reflect light, so that you can tell the shapes even from a distance. When I go very close, yes, those edges are fine, no issues with that from this distance. This looks maybe too big from this distance, and this is way too big. But if you go in the medium range, this starts already to lose a lot of the shape, because the light almost can't reflect anymore. And if you actually go very far away, this, do you see how, well, on the stream maybe because of the resolution you can't, but if I move it a little bit, you see that the anti-aliasing is just killing all the lightning on the edges, are just not visible at all anymore. While on those two, this one is obviously still too big, but on this one, the edges are still very nicely seen. And if I go out even more, this now looks like a flat fucking edge, while this one is literally still keeping up with the lightning. If I go even further out, well, now it gets hard for both, but even then you could still probably tell here better the edges than here.
Yeah. Thing is, as well, is that quite often with film, especially in hard surface, a lot of it is still sub-D. So beveling is obviously a really easy way to get all your support loops in as well, but like, this is just a monster project.
The picture Taitoon is, what Taito posted is literally the most old but still accurate thing that people are using as a reference for years now. It's great. Yeah, it's the best image you can find on the internet for exactly this. But
like,
overall, I would say this Chappie is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know.
My problem with Chappie though is he is too blocky in my taste.
He's meant to be though. He's meant
Yeah,
to
I
be,
know,
like,
but for me, my taste.
Do you ever see the short of the robot in the office that Neil Blomkamp made? I really loved that one. And it was very similar in design to Chappie. I mean, they had to build him sort of blocky because they needed to give enough space for the model. Sorry, the actor to model. Yeah, I like the design.
And just to get into good habits, I know there are 2 people who posted also something, but we are looking at them next time. Because also we need stuff for next time, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a long one.
Yeah, this was a long one. But yeah, we were like, oh, we'll breeze through these in no time and then we'll play games. But yeah, I don't know if Daniel Evans is in the chat right now, but I think it's really cool that you took the time to build this, especially as a student. I know how time-consuming it is. So, and you've obviously put a lot of time into referencing the scale and try to get everything correct. So yeah, like great job. Like keep doing robots, man. Like not enough people in the UK do robots. Like character artists are 10 a penny. Do robots, they're cool.
Okay, just because I want to wreck Martino, and he just laughed about Taito that I don't show his stuff that he was showing before. I'm putting it on now. You see, now I'm looking at it. Now you, by being BS to Taito, you're getting your I don't know what we call it.
Getting your wish.
No, okay. You can post it for next week. I will do it then.
Actually, you know what we haven't seen today? We haven't seen anybody rendering their guns on, like, a Megascan's background.
No, that's true.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised.
Yeah. I guess. Are there any questions? Like, I guess we will close the stream very soon.
Yeah.
So, if you have any questions left, actually, no. You can literally just...
What do you guys think about Megascan gun renders, by the way? I like them so long as like you're using them in a way that's individual to you. Like, I like to see things presented in a realistic and bespoke way. But when I see everybody just dumping their gun on like the same wood background, I'm like, all right, that's nice. It's sort of like when everybody was rendering their guns on the same like glass presentation like stand. It's like it's neat always for the first person that did it, and then it becomes a trend, and then it gets boring, right? I mean, that's how these things tend to work. But if you do use a Megascan's background, I mean, it's fine. Just pick the one that works for your gun. Pick the one that best works as a background and doesn't distract too much from what your gun actually is. At the end of the day, the Megascan isn't your art. It's just there to highlight your work, right? So don't make it too distracting. Pick one that's suitable. You don't just pick one because, oh, I really like this asset. It's really, oh, this is a cool rock. I'm going to put my gun on it. Pick the one that really works for you and isn't too distracting.
Yes. Check the general channel order. What you want? Yeah, no, I actually saw that before. Great. Great paper.
Where? General?
Yeah. I've seen stuff was putting on guns and the roughness. No one wants to know what they're showing.
It's like when Miguel made that vending machine for us and he stuck a giant, like, Misato from Evangelion on the back. It's just like, really?
Yes. But no, it was a nice stream. Thanks everyone for watching. And see you next week. Or
Thursday.
in our Discord. Or on our Twitter.
Yeah.
Wherever you follow us.
Yeah, our links on this might be broken because I have been updating them, so
Oh.
obviously, just Google around, you'll find us.
Yes.
We're everywhere.
Much appreciated. And
Yeah.
I hope the record worked.
I don't. I hate the sound of my own voice.
Okay. See you next week then.
Bye, everyone.
Have a nice one. Bye.